Hello, good evening, if anybody is in yet. Sorry I was 2 minutes late because I was stuffing my face. Oh, there we go. Forgotten to turn my flipping phone off again. So I shall just rattle around for a little moment until anybody comes in. If you can hear a funny noise in the background, that's Cooper. He's decided he wants to chew his feet. Go figure. So tonight, I'm going to do a bit of just a little bit of a spooky-ish story, which is true. It's not a ghost story out of a book or anything like that. It is well documented. It's famous. It's another case that has police statements to back it up and add some weight to it. And I'm absolutely not going to be on here all night. Absolutely not. I know they're the famous last words. I know I say this every single time, but I fully intend. I'm going to say maybe 2 hours. Hi, Simples. It was my I got an alert came through on my phone and I'd forgotten to turn it on silent. Sorry, honey. Well, it might have woken everybody up. You never know. How are you? I'm going down the route that you like today. In the kitchen and left you on in the bedroom and nearly shit myself. Sorry. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should start texting myself the minute I come online, to kind of wake you all up. Hi, Frida. Hello, lovely. How are you today? My shield maiden. So, yeah, I think a lot of you will have heard about what I'm going to talk about tonight, but maybe not. But I thought it's shortish, so I'm going to try my best to only be on here till no later than 10:30 tonight, because I desperately need an early night. But I just find this story fascinating. So I'm going to talk about the Stocksbridge Bypass, which people may or may not have heard of. I'm going to reckon Simples has, because I know you're into the paranormal in a big way, aren't you? I don't know about you though, Frida, because it's further north. Hi, Tiz. Hi, Camille, you're beautiful human. Hi, Frida. Hi, all in chat. Thank you, lovely. And how are you today, my sweet? Simples makeup. Yeah, need an early night as my boiler man comes tomorrow. Well, I have a tale. In a second, I'll just read the comments. Frida, I'm okay. I've been busy helping my daughter after her op. Carpal tunnel. Oh, of course. Yes, we were talking about that, weren't we? But you can only use one hand. Oh, I might know it once you start talking. You probably will. Simples, you probably will. Yeah, finally, today, the guy came and he sorted out my cooker. I've only not had an oven and a hob since Boxing Day, but no rush. And he then came out, another he, and apparently has tried to sort out my heating. So at the moment, I've actually got heating. Having said that, this is what happened last time. It started to work. I had probably about 36 hours of a warm house, and then it hasn't worked since. That was Christmas Day evening as well. So I'm hoping this isn't a quick fix or a bodge job. But at the moment, I've got a warm house. So everybody say yay for me. So I hope yours gets sorted out properly, Simples. Just check I've not missed anything. Not wanting to brag her out. I'm just happy. If people are warm, I'm just happy. It's bloody horrible being cold. Oh, right, all right, so it's not needing fixing. This boiler's fucked. Pardon my French. It's absolutely knackered. But anyway, at the minute, I'm not going to whinge about it. At the moment, I am warm. And I'm also alive, in case anybody hadn't noticed. So Death Day didn't get me. I'm safe for another year. So, as you'll know, that was why I didn't come online yesterday. I know, Frida, I just feel like dancing round. Hooray, 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 hooray. I'm just more glad than anything that my cooker's now going to work. Oh, Cooper, please, you don't have to snort, mate. Come on. We don't have to snort. Not while I'm about to start talking. I'll just do a couple more minutes of generally chitty-chatty. Then I shall start with my little story about the Stocksbridge Bypass. Tiz, while you're here, my love, are you still okay for tomorrow? Oh, there's my babe. Hiya. Yeah, his behaviour has deteriorated since you left. just want to point that out. So I really think you should have taken the dog home with you this morning. Sorry, the dog was really well behaved last night and most of this morning. Yeah. Oh, Frida says, hey, book job. He's not being bad. He's just kind of attention seeking now. He's just deciding to do he's walking around the table with a toy in his mouth. So, stop it now, Coopy. So yeah, Tiz, I can't remember how far I got then. Are you still, if you're still there, honey, are you still okay to do tomorrow? To do the second, the part 2 of Enfield? Well, I tell you what, Tiz, you tell me what time's best for you, and then I'll set it in. I wanted to speak to you first before I put an appointment in. Let's have a look. Pork Chop says hi, Frida Baxter, and hi, Simples Maycat, and hi, Tiz. Cooper knows he's not top dog when Pork is there. Yeah, that's right. But the thing is, Simples, he's actually being really good. We've had this massive issue about him trying to get on the sofa between us, trying to get on the bed between us, barking. He was actually, if I must say so myself, he was really well behaved. 7's absolutely fine, Tiz. I will stick that in later on when I finish this live. So I think the reason he's been a little bit naughty now is because while the guy was here sorting out the heating, because I knew that the hose pipe was going to have to run from, to drain the system out, and I didn't want to risk the dog running out into the street. So he's been at my friend's house, and she has 2 dogs. Apparently, the 3 of them have been in a big ball of play fighting and bombing around together. So I think he's just a little bit, he's a little bit hyper. Tiz Denny says, hey, Porky. Pork Chop, last night he was almost angelic. He absolutely was. I'm not going to take away from him. He was a very good boy last night. Oh, yes, Frida, yeah. Denny, do you want to give us all a little update on the wee man after his tumble and his fracture? I know everyone will be dying to find out. But yeah, while we're waiting for Tiz to reply, I will. I'm just being lazy. It's just easy for me to call you Tiz than Denny. It's only one extra letter, but you know, I'm lazy. Carn French, another bot. Where the bloody hell do these come from? Little buggers. Right, so well, we've got 10 people watching, which is fine. So I think what I'll do is I'll start Donna and chicken or Donna and shish. Oh, Donna and shish. Is that what you're having for your tea? I've just actually had cottage pie, which was made for me. I had some of it last night and I just had the remainder of it tonight, and it was absolutely bloody delish. Yeah, Donna and shish, that's my vote. Can never be too careful with chicken. It might be seagull or rat. Or get what they called, what's the lamb one called? Kofta, the kofta one, the spicy lamb with full of chilies, kofta kebab. That's a nice one. So I shall start about the Stocksbridge Bypass. Right. And I will keep my eye on the chat, or I'll try to, but like I said, I'm not intending to be on here very long tonight, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, I shall fire away. So, the Stocksbridge lamb. You're lucky to even get meat from a kebab shop. Oh, well, you get it from my kebab shop, and it is lamb because I know who supplies them. And it's not the halal lamb either, which is really good. So, because I've got a thing about buying that. Pork chop. I love the shawarma. Oh, I don't know what that is. Oh, is that the plant-based stuff, Frida? I saw an advert for something like that before. It was saying shawarma kebab, and it was plant-based. Unless they've just called it shawarma kebab to kind of make you think you are eating meat. I don't know. I'm not an aficionado of the old kebabs. Right, I'm being distracted. I shall carry on. Okie doke. Once again. Stop. Oh, he's off. The Stocksbridge Bypass, otherwise known, it's an A road in kind of the north of England, from eastish centre-ish, and it's otherwise known as the A616. Now, this was completed, construction of the A616 was completed in 1988, and it's in the Peak District, and the idea for this road came from the need to divert heavy traffic away from a small village. Now, what's quite concerning about this is that hundreds of accidents have occurred here since it was opened in 1988. They're always along the same stretches of road, and the number of fatalities is the kind of averaging round about one a year. There are more accidents, but since it opened in 1988, the fatalities have amounted to about one a year. Now, it's not along the whole of the Stocksbridge Bypass. This is in one particular stretch. Okay. Doesn't sound as suspicious, but as I go on with the story, you will maybe see where I'm going with this. So, as I said, all of the collisions that have occurred, they happen on a small section of the A616, the Stocksbridge Bypass. And this has now caused this road to be considered one of the most dangerous in the UK, and it's earned it the nickname of the Killer Road. It also happens to be one of the most haunted highways in Britain and possibly even in the world. Sorry about this. I'm trying to balance my notes and the dog toy, so I'm sorry for the rustling. Okay, now every day this stretch of road carries more than 18,000 vehicles, and the bypass is only 5 miles long, although it's part of a longer 38-mile route that acts as well, basically this is an easy commute between two counties. So you've got Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Oh, hi Sheila. Hello, darling. We've only just started. I'm doing Stocksbridge Bypass tonight. So this 38-mile route is supposed to make the commuting easier between those two counties. And of that 38-mile route, 5 miles of it is this Stocksbridge Bypass. But due to its reputation and the dark history surrounding the bypass, there's many more people totally avoid it. It's believed that the road is cursed, and due to the number of accidents, and we're talking bad accidents, you know, there's a lot of head-on collisions happen on this road. So due to the number of accidents and the fatalities, that just adds strength to the belief that this is a cursed stretch of road. And there have been a few different ideas as to why it's cursed. Now, some people believe it's because it's on unhallowed ground. Some people have said that it's because there have been graves disturbed, although no graves were ever reported during the construction phase. Doesn't mean that they weren't there, you know. So, but anyway, so that's another reason. People have said it's because it's been the site of tragedies over the centuries. Other people have said it is because there had been a lot of human sacrifices and child sacrifices going back to Iron and Bronze Age, Stone Age times. So yeah, for whatever reason, people believe that this stretch of road is cursed. Now, the site of where the bypass was eventually to be situated, it started to be plagued by all sorts of paranormal activity during the construction phase. So this was long before it was ever going to be open to the public. And one of the first stories was in September of 1987. So this is a year before the construction of the bypass was completed. Now, on this particular night, there were 2 security guards on duty. And it might sound a bit daft, you know, why have you got security guards in the middle of nowhere on a bit of constructed road? However, don't forget, there was machinery there was equipment, there were building supplies, you know, things that light-fingered people may like to go and rob in the wee small hours. So there were always security guards on there at night. So there were these 2 security guards. One was called Dave Goldthorpe, and the other chap was called Steve Brook. Now, they were working this night shift, and where they were actually situated, because they had a car, and they used to drive around the site, you know, up and down where it's been constructed, and go and check in at various points during the night on you know, the machinery that was there, and that nobody had nicked like sacks of cement or pipes or whatever. So they were close to, there's an area called P-Royd Bridge, and the P-Royd Bridge it's an overpass, and that led directly to, there was a local steelworks. Now, during the daytime, when people were to and froing to the steelworks, to and froing to the steelworks, it was very busy. However, once the steelworks closed of an evening, it was deserted. So they were, as I said, now they were quite close to the P-Royd Bridge. And while they were there, they suddenly started hearing voices. And they're looking around at each other because it's not near any houses where the Stocksbridge Bypass is. There are no houses anywhere nearby. And don't forget, this is, gone midnight. This is early hours of the morning. And they then realise that these are the voices of children. So they're like, what the hell? One, we're not near any houses. Two, it's way too late for children to be out on their own. So they start looking around, and in the moonlight, they do see a group of children, and they're actually underneath one of the big pylons that is set into the field. These children are dancing round in a circle underneath the pylon. Now, they weren't dancing around the maypole, but this is the image that they got in the head, that they were describing later, because they were dancing round this electricity pylon, and they were in a circle and they were singing and laughing. It gave them the impression of a maypole. Just bear with me 1 second and I'll read what Sheila's saying. I've always known of the stories from Stockbridge Bypass, but thought it was just local legend. Cooper, stop! Oh God, he's off. I just looked on YouTube and there's quite a few videos. It must be famous, really. Just bear with me 1 second, guys. This dog, stop! Come on, lie down and stop. God, again, once we're into the flipping ghost stories, off he starts. Yes, Sheila, there's an awful lot of paranormal groups go out there as well, to try and get stuff on spirit boxes and things. But I don't know that I would have the courage to go there, considering the number of accidents. I wouldn't want to risk driving on the damn thing. But yeah. Anyway, so maybe he doesn't like scary. I think he doesn't like pork chop. The minute I start saying the ghost word and spirit word, he just starts yapping, little monkey. Anywho, so the best, as I said, the best way they could describe it is that, these are dancing in a circle. It just gave them the thought that it was very similar to dancing around the maypole. And then they noticed that these children are wearing what they described as medieval clothing. So they're not really saying anything to each other. They're kind of looking in disbelief and trying to be quite manly about it and not go, oh my God, but they're neither of them saying anything, and they just vanish. All of a sudden, oh, Cooper, stop. Sorry, I'm sorry about this, guys. It's Cat Shit Lady bringing a bin out. So I've got the ginnel at the side of my house and she's just dragging it up there. So I do apologise for that, but that was the woof from Cooper. So yeah, so all of a sudden these children just vanish. Now, even though they're a little bit confused and they're like, what the hell is that? At this stage, they're not frightened. They're more it's like bemused and curious, but not scared. So this is how they're feeling at this moment. So the kids have vanished. They don't really discuss it, but then they decide that, right, well, why don't we drive up closer to the P-Royd Bridge and park up there? So they, it's not that far, it's quite close, but just to get away from this area, because neither of them want to admit that they're scared or what have you. Don't like Morris dancers, they freak me out. I've got Morris dancers in this village and they are odd people. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not judging, but I'm not saying everybody's odd, but those two are very strange couple. So they get in the car, they drive up to the P-Royd Bridge and they park up. Now, while they're sitting in the car and they're having a chat, and they're not really, well, they're not discussing these children. They're just both kind of musing over in their own thoughts. Oh, hi, Paula. Hello. It's lovely to see you in here. Sorry, guys, I just had to stop the chat then for our Paula. Oh, I'm glad you finally caught alive, lovey. And as you'll see with everybody, I always keep reminding everybody, I make everybody a mod. So if you come in again next time, you'll have a blue wrench. Going for the most mods on on YouTube. So we're just doing a little a true ghost story. Oh, there you go, Frida. Paula, welcome. Oh, and from shit. Isn't it nice seeing the old faces again? It's like when yeah, no problem, and you can wrench away or do nothing with it, but it doesn't matter, you'll have one. But yeah, thanks so much for coming in, love. It's great to see you. So we've got the two security guards sitting in the car, not discussing what they've just seen. The kind of okay, let's just pretend it didn't happen. And they then became aware that, so they're looking in the direction of the P. Royd Bridge. They then became aware that they looked like there were shadows moving up there. And they could also hear a bit of a strange noise. Now, I haven't got a description of what the noise was. They were just hearing a strange noise as it was described. So because they were thinking that it might be intruders, they shone the torch up at the bridge. And at this point, the torch picked up a hooded figure looking down at them from the bridge. And the light seemed to go through it. So it wasn't hitting a solid figure. The light seemed to go through, although it was illuminating this figure, the light seemed to be going through it. And then it just disappeared. So at this point now, so they've had in a matter of, you know, well, not a very, quite a short space of time, they've seen not only the children who have vanished, they've then seen this hooded figure that has vanished. And the panic struck. So what do? They get that car, they turn it around, they boot it down into the village, and they go to the local police station, where they sit for quite a few hours until they are spoken to by two police officers. And these two guys, they're totally shaken up by what's happened to them. They're shaken up by the encounters. They're telling these police officers that, you know, the hooded figure, it gave off this feeling of real evil, and that they actually felt threatened by it. So the police, now this was a PC Dick Ellis, and his partner was PC, is it John? Bear with me a second, because I have, yeah, PC John Beat. I was trying to find where I'd written his name down. So yeah, so PC Dick Ellis and PC John Beat. So these two poor security guards who were shaking, they're, by all accounts, when you hear what the police officers described them as, they just said they were basically gibbering wrecks. And unfortunately, these two police officers, they weren't downright rude to them, but they were taking the piss a bit, you know, and making light of it, joking about and saying, well, you know, it's not actually a police matter. You'd be better with a priest, you know, go and see a priest rather than coming to a police station, thinking that was the end of it. And away the two security guards trundled. However, later that evening, or later that day, they get a phone call, and it is from the rector of the church in Stocksbridge. And he is telling PC Ellis that the two security guards are with him. They've been with him all, you know, since they left the police station, they've been with him at the church. And they're point blank refusing to leave out of fear for the safety. And the rector is quite concerned about these guys. So eventually, the mithering. Oh, sorry, I've just noticed Marie's come in. Hello, Marie. Happy day to you from in South Africa. Hello there, everyone. Hope all's well. We'll probably fall asleep during the live. It's not a problem, Marie. It's just nice to see you, honey. And thank you for always popping in. It's really appreciated. Oh, Paula, not trying to interrupt, but the love was needed just now. I'm touched. Thanks so much, all. Oh, Paula, always and anytime. You know, you're always welcome. It's just lovely to see you in here. Hello, Frida and Sheila. Good to be here. Oh, it's great to see you all. So I'll just carry on with my little story. I will stop. The story doesn't go on for very much longer, Paula. So once I finish this, then we just have a bit of general chit chat. Although tonight I'm planning on not being on here past 10:30 our time. So probably I'll be on maybe for another 2 hours if we've got something to talk about. But yeah, but I'll get this story done and then we can have a bit of a discussion about it and a general chit chat. So, this rector of Stocksbridge Church, he's speaking quite firmly to these police officers. And he's saying, you know, you really need to go and investigate what these guys have said they've seen. You know, they've reported these 2 incidents. They're really frightened. Now, whether he believed it was something paranormal, I don't know. Maybe he was thinking that, you know, something's happened to you know, burly guys. Maybe, you know, there've been some wrong-uns up there who frightened them. They don't want to admit that they were scared of other people. So they've then made it into a ghost story just so they didn't lose face. And I think maybe that was the way he was thinking, possibly. The police obviously hadn't believed them. So anyway, upon the insistence of this rector, that was what eventually got the police to agree to go out and investigate the men's stories. So 3 nights after these incidents that were seen by the security guards, so by now we're on Friday the 11th of September 1987, so PC John Beat and PC Dick Ellis, the 2 police officers that had originally seen these security guards 3 days earlier, they went along to the P. Royd Bridge location to follow up on the suspicious activity, as it was being called. Now, it was around midnight and they're sitting in the patrol car and they are laughing and joking on about the story told to them by the security guards. You can imagine what was getting said, you know, probably calling them all sorts of lunatics or having a joke saying, I wonder what they were smoking or wonder what they had in the hip flasks that night. But they weren't taking it very seriously, nor were they taking it very seriously that there might have actually been thieves or hard men up there, you know. They just weren't taking it seriously at all. However, within 10 minutes, PC Ellis he's kind of squinting through his windscreen. He's thinking, I'm sure I can see shadows moving up there on the bridge. So he's having a look, and don't forget, it's night time, it's dark. So, but he is convinced he can see shadows moving around up on the P. Royd overpass. So he got out the car and he went up the embankment onto the overpass and he could hear a flapping noise. So he swung his God, I can't even speak. He swung his torch around in the direction and he shone it over, you know, in the direction he can hear this noise. And he actually spots a huge sheet of polythene that is flapping in the wind. So he's half smirking to himself. So this is obviously being the shadow and the noise. So he picks up a brick and he weights down this sheet of polythene with the brick, stops it moving around, and he's smirking to himself, and he goes back down the embankment and he gets back in the car with his mates and he's having a right good snigger and he's saying it was bloody sheet of polythene, great big plastic sheeting flapping around. So they then both start laughing again about these security guards, you know, God almighty, scared to death by a sheet of plastic blowing in the wind, you know, couple of wusses. And as they're joking, this didn't actually last very long, because Dick Ellis happened to just kind of, he glanced very fraction, just a fraction of a turn to his right, because he was the driver of the vehicle, just glanced to his right and nearly jumped out of his skin, because not 2 inches from his face, pressed right up against the window of his door, was the torso of a man. Now, he couldn't see the head. He could only see as far as the waist. He kind of saw it and went like, ah! And as he did that, it vanished. And he is just trying to get to the point where he turns to his friend to tell him what he's seen, but he hears John Beat do exactly the same thing, because this apparition, this thing, whatever it is, they don't think apparition at the time, but whatever this is, it's done exactly the same on the passenger side of the car, at the window right next to John Beat's face. So he's let out an almighty yell. So the pair of them are completely freaky, and then it vanishes. So I must give him his due. Dick Ellis had balls the size of watermelons, because he gets out of the car thinking it was somebody playing silly buggers. He gets out of the car, and he, obviously there's nobody near the car, front or back or side, so he gets down on his hands and knees and he looks underneath the car, and there's nothing there. So you're just like, what the actual hell? Now, he gets back in the car, and they're saying what they actually had seen, and both of them agreed that it was just this torso. They couldn't see any head. They could only see as far as maybe the waist. What they could see was definitely a robe, and at the waist it was secured by, like a rope. So it was definitely the type of thing that would have been worn by a monk, but they saw no face, no arms, hands, or feet. It was just this from the neck down to the waist. So they're back in the car. They're both a bit freaking, and PC Beat has, at this point, I think he'd got into the driver's seat. He tried to start the car, and it wouldn't start. Now, there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, and as anybody knows, your police vehicles, they're serviced, that they're made, they're looked after, the mechanics, the police mechanics are onto those cars all the time. It's not like our cars where you get a service every 6 months, what have you. These cars are, they check before they go out. They've got to, because if they're chasing somebody, and you've got to make sure your brakes are working, they're not short of water or oil or anything. And this car just won't start. So he tries it again and it won't start. And he tries it several times. And at this point then, they're both panicking. This is just adding to it. It's one of those, like, you think you're being followed, so you start walking quicker and you end up scaring the life out of yourself, even though there's nobody behind you. It was that kind of feeling, by all accounts, that the pair of them are just getting more and more frightened because this damn car won't start. So they are panicking. Anyway, finally, the car eventually, the engine turns over and it starts up. They both breathe a sigh of relief. And just as they start to pull away in the car, there's an almighty bang on the back of it. And it's in the, on the boot of the car, what do you call it in America? The trunk of the car. So they hear this almighty wallop. And then it's like bang, 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 bang. And PC Dick Ellis described it as, imagine somebody swinging a baseball bat again and again and again at the back of your car. So they booted it. They left at high speed. Now, both officers do believe that what they saw that night was a ghost. And the story was so convincing, and then followed on the back of the story told by the security guards, that the P-Roy Bridge began to get called Ghost Bridge by the locals. Now, neither of the security guards would ever return to that site, not even in broad daylight. And both of them eventually packed in working for that company. It really affected them that badly. They were so scared. I think something else may have happened, because when you hear both stories side by side, to me, the story that happened to the police officers seems far more scary than the story that happened to the security guards. Just my opinion. But the fact that the security guards saw the children, they were from a distance and they vanished. And then they saw the monk and then he vanished. And then they ended up, you know, so scared that they wouldn't leave. Well, one, they ended up at the police station like gibbering Rex, and then ended up at the church and were so scared they were point blank refusing to leave. But then you listen to what happened to the police officers, and I just find that a far more frightening story. Yet the police officers continued in their jobs, and the security guards left and could never ever face going back to work there. So I'm wondering if something else happened that they just didn't want to admit to. And by that, I mean something scary, or something so unbelievable that they, you know, as unbelievable as the first two encounters that they repeated and shared, as unbelievable as they may have sounded, I'm thinking that something else happened to those security guards. So I don't know what you all think. I don't know, Sheila. I was looking and I couldn't find any mention of that. So I don't know. So I'd be interested to find out. I mean, if anybody knows. But yeah, that was the first thing I was thinking when they said it sounded like something was smashing the back of the car. That was the first thing I wanted to find out. But yeah, I couldn't. Nothing came up for me anyway. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, I don't know what you think, but I personally find the police officer's tale more frightening. So I really do think something else happened to those security guards. Oh, your fog's coming down, is it, Simples? Ooh, not a night for a ghost story. You're right, Frida, it is spooky. Very spooky. I'll just hang on a second before I carry on, because as I said, I'd just be interested to see what you all think. See, I'm wondering if maybe the security guards may have seen that apparition as well, you know, appearing right at the side of the car, and they just didn't think anyone would believe that. Sheila just thought if the car was playing up, not starting, that it may have backfired from an exhaust. Yeah, but again, if you think about it though, these are police officers. So like what happened with Enfield, the trained observers, aren't they? I know not everybody's a mechanic, but they do know the difference. I would like to think that they would know that, even I would know the difference between, you know, a backfire and something that's just repeatedly banging on the back of a vehicle. So, I mean, we just have to take them at the word, don't we? I mean, and I suppose as well, it's only 1987, so the days of, especially with police vehicles, you know, they had the best, didn't they? So I would expect that maybe the days of backfiring vehicles had passed. Frida, let me tell you, I will never be visiting the Stocksbridge Bypass. Frida, I won't. I thought it might be good to do a ghost hunt, but I just wouldn't want to drive down it. And there's still a few bits and pieces to tell you all yet. So, which may make your mind up, but give me 1 second. We're just going to put my brew in the microwave because it's gone cold. Yes, I know I'm minging, but I can't be bothered making another one when there's a perfectly good brew here. So I shall just warm this up for a minute and I will carry on telling you the next couple of little bits and pieces that I've got. So, there have, over the years, they haven't always had the best. I remember them driving around in mini metros. Oh, did they? Okay, maybe not. Yeah, but did mini metros backfire? And I'm just trying to rationalise it in my head. Oh, no, Sheila, it absolutely. Because my thoughts had been, if it was banging coming from the front of the car, then, yeah, I would have probably thought, that sounds like something's gone in the engine. Whether it was a timing belt or whether an engine mounting had come loose or even an exhaust mounting, the baffles or something. But yeah, I'm just thinking that, policemen being as observant as they were, and again, trained observers, that they would have been able to differentiate. We just have to trust what they say, don't we? I guess. So as far as other sightings on the bridge, there have been a lot. One of them was, there was a father and son. Now, they were running at dusk, which might seem an odd time to go running, but they were both training for a marathon. And they saw an apparition of a monk appear. There was a husband and wife who were driving to work one morning, and they saw a man who was about 3 foot off the floor. So he was running, but running 3 feet off the floor, jumped a barrier and ran straight in front of their car. He was so lifelike that I think the wife was driving. She slammed on, and at the point of impact, he just vanished. There have been sightings of, this is the worst one, I think, of people being in their vehicles driving along and that particular stretch of Stockbridge, and looking in the rearview mirror, and just for a second or two, the image of the monk is like a faceless monk on the back seat of the car. They see him in the rearview mirror. That's enough to make you crash, isn't it? So all of these weird things happen. There are always sightings of people in the road. There have been people seen on the side of the road, apparitions. Now, another little thing is that when the Stocksbridge, I keep missing the S out, Stocksbridge Bypass was opened, significant date, it was opened on Friday the 13th of May 1988. Now, in the first 10 years, and this is high, for a 5-mile long road, and considering these happened on a very small section of that 5 miles of road, so within the first 10 years of it opening, there were 14 deaths there. And that's more than one a year. There wasn't any reason for this new road to be so treacherous there. Under normal driving conditions, everything changes if it's icy or foggy, but the majority of these accidents are occurring under normal driving conditions. So that there's never been any reasons for this road to be so treacherous. And the road planners, they were really concerned about the number of accidents and fatalities that were happening. Because really, they must have been worrying at some point, have we messed up here? Are we going to be liable for this because we've messed up in our planning of this route? But nothing untoward. It's no different than many other roads throughout the country. But for some reason, all of these accidents and fatalities are happening now. Many people claim that, as I've just said about, you see the ghostly apparitions appearing on the road or in the cars. Many people have claimed that the accidents have been caused by paranormal entities on that stretch. And as I said, figures appearing out of nowhere, right in front of vehicles, vanishing on the point of impact. There are also it's not just the monk, although he is he's the most common sighting, is this monk, you know, either on the road, on the back seat of your car, side of the road, but he does tend to just appear right in front of you, up on the bridge, you know, on the overpass, looking down at people. He's very common, and he seems to be the most common. But there has been sightings of a lady in a white gown. There have been sightings of people that they believe have been previous, you know, more modern figures, people who have been the victims of previous road accidents on that stretch, you know, which isn't too hard to believe, is it? If you believe in ghosts, of course. Now, there's also been sightings of a bar guest. Now, for anybody who doesn't know what a bar guest is, it is, well, it's also known as a black shuck, a ghost dog, hellhound. Now, maybe this has got something to do with all the sightings. I really don't know. But the bar guest is usually seen around execution sites. Now, I couldn't find any records about there being any. This isn't to say that I'm, you know, that there aren't, but I couldn't find any records to say that there had been execution sites there in the past. Doesn't mean that it didn't happen though. Just got me thinking if there's been bar guest sightings. Now, there were also in Stockbridge Village. There were also a group of children were killed apparently in a mining accident. Now, could they have something to do with the bad juju that's around there? There were rumours that because all of that land at one point, it was monastic farmland. So you can kind of see where the link is with the monk that's there. There have been rumours that the monk's grave, the reason he's seen so much is that his grave was disturbed during the construction phase of the bypass. But again, there were never any reports of graves being discovered. As I said right at the start, it doesn't mean that no graves were disturbed, just that they didn't realise what they were. I mean, look how many times bog bodies are exposed, mainly in, as far as the British Isles go, mainly in Ireland. There have been some, you know, on mainland UK, a lot in Northern Europe, but many times these bodies, they're only discovered by peat cutting machines, and it's when the peat is actually on the machinery that they then notice, oh crikey, there's half a body here. So, but how many more have never been spotted, you know, and end up going into packs of peat to either be burned or to put on gardens as a fertilizer or to enrich your soil. So it doesn't mean that there haven't been graves disturbed. And it's the same here, you know, unless you've got an eagle-eyed digger operator, and they aren't all. And unless there were any archaeologists on site, which there aren't always, it's like the project I was telling you about that I dealt with. We were lucky because while we were going through the digging phase, there was a county archaeologist on site. He called a halt. Now, our machine operator, when I saw what had been uncovered, I wouldn't ever in a million years have guessed that was Mesolithic, I think it was. Dwellings. I'd have just carried on digging. So I suppose the same would go for whoever was operating the digger during the construction phase of the Stocksbridge Bypass. Unless he's got eagle eyes or he's used to archaeology, he could have cut through a grave, no problem, and it could have ended up in the spoil pile. Just don't know. Used as backfill somewhere. We don't know. So there never have, as I said, that there have never been any graves found. But how far back does this go? I mean, the monk may be medieval times, but the history on that site goes back, several thousand years. So whatever's causing the paranormal activity there, they've just not got a grip to. Now, a lot of paranormal investigation groups go out to Stockbridge, braver than me. I don't think I could go there. Definitely wouldn't want to drive down that road. And a lot of them have come out with different theories. They claim that they've had voices coming through on spirit boxes that have told them this, that, and the other, but there's not any historical evidence to back any of this up. So, unfortunately, and then I was going to go on to it as well. This is called the Killer Road. It has got the reputation of being, one of, if not the most haunted road in the UK. But when you look at other roads around the globe, because there are most dangerous roads in different countries and most haunted roads in different countries. Those like Stocksbridge that have got high fatality rates for no apparent reason, I can understand there being, let's say in the mountainous areas of northern Italy, for example, in Austria, you've got those hairpin bends on mountain passes. Yeah, something like that, I can fully understand there being high rates of either collisions or fatalities. And looking at the fact that most of the time you've got a sheer drop going off a cliff, down the side of a mountain, off a cliff edge, what have you. So those you can kind of say, yeah, there is a reason there, and it's highly likely that that is the cause of the accidents. But Stocksbridge isn't. It's a straight road. It's a bypass. So it makes you wonder as well, when you hear of these other roads across not just this country, but across the world, where they've got high fatality rates. And when you look at them, and they're very straight roads with good visibility, and take out of the equation any, poor weather conditions, but under normal driving conditions on these straight roads, why are the fatalities so high? Why are the number of crashes and collisions so high? Could they be caused by some form of paranormal activity as well? If that's what's happening on Stocksbridge, I don't know. What do you think? I'll just have a look and see if I have missed out in the chat. Free just said, makes you wonder why ghosts and demons are hanging around there. And well, do you know what? I really don't know. I mean, this monk figure, people who've seen it say that they feel threatened by it, and that it emanates feeling of evil. Because you'd expect a monk really to be more benevolent than malevolent. God, I got it wrong then. More benevolent than malevolent, and he isn't. They say they can feel it oozing out of him. It just gives off this feeling of evil. So I don't know. I don't know if he's a real monk. Could he be something masquerading as a monk? And by that, I don't mean a person. I mean, some entity. Or could he have been an evil monk? Or if there has been significant bloodshed on that ground over millennia, then could the earth just be poisoned? Do you know what I meant to look at to see if there were any ley lines going through where the Stocksbridge Bypass is, and I forgot to do that. Duh, I knew there was something I should have done. But I did have the cooker engineer here at 4 o'clock, and then the guy to try and fix the heating. So after that, I was getting a bit sidetracked. So I really don't know. It's what do you think? What would you say, Frida, that was holding them here? If you think, or that was causing them to hang around? Sheila, it's just a normal looking road. It is, Sheila. You know, there are no blind bends on it. There isn't anything that is ruining or hindering the visibility, you know, like overhanging trees or black spots or tunnels. There's nothing. It's just an open road. It's really, really weird. Yes, something could have happened there years ago. It could have, Frida. It could. I mean, there have been talks of, you know, potential human stroke child sacrifices going back, you know, Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age. But, you know, is that just conjecture? I don't know. Like I said, I'm just really interested in, I know we'll never find out, but I'd just love to know exactly what those security guards, because I don't believe they told everything. I just don't. I believe the police officers definitely saw something, and I watched an interview with them, or rather we watched an interview with them last night, and that PC Dick Ellis, he was laughing. You know, you could see he was feeling a little bit awkward about what he'd seen, but he was kind of laughing it off. You know, and yeah, we heard something banging on the back of the car. We were like, what the hell was that? So he wasn't looking frightened. He was trying to kind of laugh it off a little bit, but you know, you know that he wasn't blagging. He wasn't making any of it up, because again, like the lady, like the WPC from Enfield, putting her name to a statement about seeing chair moving all on its own, and you know, there being knocks and bangings and things being thrown, that took a lot, because she's just opening herself up to ridicule. And both of these police officers for Stocksbridge were, you know, they were putting themselves into that position as well. And on top of that, then taking part in a documentary about the damn thing, you know. So I do believe what they said. I don't believe, sorry, I do believe what the security guard said, but I think more happened. So, what do you think? And would you like to discuss this further, or would you like to discuss something else? Because I kind of got through that quicker than I thought I would. Oh, done it in an hour. That's not so bad. You see, there's a road up, it's just north of my dad's, and it goes to Plockton. It's the Applecross Road, and that is bloody treacherous. But it's like a hairpin bends all the way up the side of the mountain. Not like this. I can understand that people would maybe think you were loopy talking about moving furniture. Yeah, that's it. But, you know, she still put a name to it. Didn't she, Frida? You know, that's why I believe what she had to say, because, you know, talking about furniture moving on its own, even if you're not frightened by it, people are still going to think you're a bit of a head the ball, aren't they? And it's the same with these two, you know, saying that they had this thing appear either side of them and frighten them out of the wits. And then the fact that the car then wouldn't start, you know, and that freaked them out. And I must admit, if that happened with me, I'd be absolutely packing it as well. Yeah, and I know it's just it just confuses me. It's just when I was doing the research on it and started to think about the security guards. I mean, two fellas who were in tears in a church and point blank refusing to leave. That's not just seeing a monk on top of a bridge or a group of kids vanish into thin air on a field. Not for both of them to be that terrified. Maybe one of them, but not both of them. I don't think, anyway. I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm open to being corrected. I'm just going to mute for 1 second, guys. I just need to fill the dog's water bowl up. Should have done this before, but he's just drunk a load, and I don't want you to hear the sound of running water. 1 sec. Right, I'm back. Now, there's another, now this is here near me. There's another little tale. It's the weirdest story, and I do believe it. And I'll tell you why I believe it is because of who told me the tale. Now, obviously that's only going to matter to me because I know this person and I know how straight they are, and I know how, again, they wouldn't want to be left open to ridicule. I'm not going to say his name. This is a friend of mine who used to be in the army. He was in the army for a long time. Tough as old boots. Very, very honest person. Very honest. He'd rather get shot than tell a lie. Do you know what I mean? Really honest person. Now, he was telling me that one evening, quite a few years ago, going home, and he was driving along. There's a road up here, and it's called Belmont Road. And it runs near, there's Roddlesworth reservoirs, and then it goes through towards Belmont and Anglesark, going in the direction of, it's like the outskirts of Bolton. And it's very rural, it's very open, there's the moors everywhere, and then you've got the reservoir, so it's quite isolated. And he told me that, and this frightened the life out of me, it just reminded me talking about the bar guest, you know, the hellhounds. Girl he was seeing had just passed a driving test, and she had been given an old Mini, and I mean a very old Mini. It was kind of like a Mark II Mini, probably. I think her granddad had given it to him, but anyway, she got this Mini, first car, and it was given to her by a relative, and it was one that had the old chrome bumpers on them. You know, probably was worth a bit of money actually, but she was given this car. And it had the old chrome bumpers on it, and they went out for a drive late at night. Now, obviously, when you're going for a drive up onto the moors, you're usually going for a reason. So we'll leave that one there because I wasn't going to embarrass him. Now, he said, as they're driving along the road, and they see in front of them the headlights. This is on the Belmont Road, just out of Abbey Village. So probably there's Abbey Village, then it goes very rural, and then there's Roddlesworth reservoirs on the left hand side, then it goes open moorland for quite a way until you get to Belmont reservoirs and then Anglesark. Oh, give me a second. Would you like a little update about your Stocksbridge ley line theory after this story? Oh yes, please, Pork Chop. It's only a quick one. This I'll just finish it because otherwise I'll forget. Because this is a really strange story, and I just want to know what people think, because this is my friend Gary's. Oh, bugger! I just doxed him. I wasn't going to name him. Right, this was my friend's story. And so basically they're driving along, it's quite late at night, you know, probably 1 o'clock in the morning. The headlights on this Mini pick up what they think is a cow standing in the middle of the road, right, side on. Now, he said it looked like one of those, you know, the Highland cows with the long shaggy hair. So it was kind of standing side onto them, but more. So if you imagine, it's kind of you're coming straight along a road, and this cow was standing with its bum nearer to you, and it's so more or less as a diagonal across the road, so you could see the side of it, but its bum was closer to you. Simples, what a gobshot I am, eh? Hi, Sid. Hey up, Kiss and Chat. I've been listening, just want to say hi. I'm glad to see you. I mentioned you yesterday. I was hoping everything was all right and Nancy's okay. I know a few of us had wondered where you were because we hadn't seen you for a few days, but good to see you, love. Hi, Lisa. Hello. I've done the Stocksbridge Bypass, Lisa, which you might want to catch up on. Pork chop, hope Nancy's okay, Sid. Oh, yeah, and me too, Porky. Oh, hi, Green Eyes. My goodness, you're all coming in thick and fast. I reckon you all waited until the scary stuff had gone. Oh, that's great. Good to hear, Sid. Good to hear. All good. Brilliant. So I'm just finishing this little weird story that my friend told me. My friend, who I wasn't going to name, whose name is actually Gary. So he doesn't listen to my channel anyway, so it's okay. So yeah, so they see this shaggy long-haired cow, as he said to me, standing in the middle of the road, early hours of the morning, more or less side on, but with the head further away from them and the bum closer to them as they come up. So they slowed down. I know, Sid. I didn't give his surname, and I've not said where he lives, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, if he ever found out his story were on here, he'd probably go mental. But anyway, so his girlfriend slows the car down, and she's like, "Oh shit, there's a cow in the middle of the road." So he's saying, "Well, can beep at it or something. Just drive the car at it, and it'll move." And she's like, "No, I'm not. I'm not driving my car at it. What if I bump my car or anything?" So he said, "Well, do summit." So apparently, and this is what he said, she flashed the lights at it. So he started laughing then. He said, "What the fuck are you flashing the lights at it for? Do you expect it to start dancing and like making some shapes?" So she's like, said, "Fucking beep at it." So she beeped the car, and she's crawling to, she's rolling the car towards it slowly. Apparently, she puts her hand on the horn and beeps it, but kind of left a hand on it. And he said it was one of those really pathetic horns. It wasn't a proper horn. It kind of like went beep, really loud, but she kept her hand on it. And he said, this fucking cow turns its head round to look. He said its body stayed the same way. He said its head turned round to look at them. And he said it was no effing cow. So what was it? He said, looked like a bastard wolf. He said it looked like a bastard wolf. That's all he kept saying. He kept calling it the bastard wolf, because for years after we'd all go, "Hey, have you seen that bastard wolf yet, Gaza?" He said it looked like a bastard wolf. He said the girlfriend goes like, "What the fuck?" He's kind of a bit shocked, thinking, and he's squinting, like looking, ducking his head down, trying to have a proper look at this thing. Yeah, a big wolf, Simples. When he told me this, and I'm not kidding you, I was getting the goosebumps only because I've been friends with him for a long time, and I know how honest he is, and he's not a Billy bullshit. He doesn't believe in ghosts and crap like that, as he calls it. Don't believe in any of that. His missus is the one that's, into it all. He's not. He isn't. And he said she is just like panic. He's going, "Put the main beam on. Put your main beam on so I can have a look at it." He said he's trying to reach across to flick the main beam on. Yeah, Simples, I know he wouldn't BS me. This is why because he was telling me in a bit of like a jokey way, but I could see that he was he was getting a little bit fricky telling me this story. Like I said, he told it to me a few years ago. So he said the girlfriend, she's going, no, proper panicking. And don't forget, she hasn't been driving that long. You know, she's not long since passed a driving test. He's then trying to reach over her to flick on the headlights. She's knocking his hand away. They're that busy kind of having a semi-scrap in the car that the next thing he says, his eyes just looked up and he said, this bloody thing is running at him, full pelt, head down, as a bit like a bull charging. But he said it weren't no bull. He said it was not no bull. He said its ears were stuck up like a bloody dog's. So he just goes to her, put it in reverse. So he said, believe it or not, she managed to get it into reverse, didn't crunch the gears, and starts trying to reverse down this road. He said, at which point they then have the impact. They feel it hit the front of the car, hear this like a teary sound of noise, and they'd slowed down a little bit, but then they managed to, you know, they sped back up again. She's reversing. He's thinking she's going to crash us here because she's, you know, she can't, she's only just learned how to drive forward. She's not managing to reverse. The headlights have now, they realise that this thing has stopped up the road. So it gives them, and it's just standing there, but it's got its head down. It's doing something, looking like it's shaking something. He ends up, because there's a bit of a lay-by, he's just got her to back it in there, and he's kind of turning the steering wheel for her, going, now put your foot down, put your foot down, because he's thinking, don't trust her to do a 3-point turn. And as they're trying to turn round, he then says he's looking. So at this point, as they're turning, where this thing was is now on Gaz's side of the car. And he says, just as they go to turn, the headlights pick it up. I mean, luckily she managed to, you know, get full lock on and spin round, because he said, as they turned, the headlights picked it up and it's now barreling at them again. So he said they managed to turn it round, foot down, and gone. Till they get back to her house, and the front bumper had been ripped off the car, apparently. This chrome bumper on the Mini was ripped out, and he said, and we know it was ripped out because where it had been attached, I think it was attached with bolts or something, he just said you could see it had been pulled and dragged out. So, and there was a dint on, I forget which side he said, I forget, so I don't want to say, but on one front corner there was a dint as well, where, because he said they obviously felt it hit the car when it barreled into them, but I can't remember which side it was on. So there you go. That was my friend's spooky story, and he's never forgotten that, because his wife gets really like, if you go to a do or anything, they rock up, she'll go, oh, Gaz, tell the story about what happened to you on Belmont. Tell the story. And he does tell it. However, you can see he feels very uncomfortable doing it. But as I said, I've known him a long time. He was one of my brother's mates out the army. They served together. Known him, known his wife forever. And I trust what he tells me. And I trust that he saw what he saw. No idea what that could have been. Again, it just reminded me because of the bar guest story. So I'm only relaying that. It isn't my tale. I can only tell you what I got told. So I don't know what you think about that one. I shall have a look in the chat now, because I was trying to not watch chat so that I could tell the story without forgetting where I was up to. So I'm sorry for being a poor hostess. Let me just have a little look. Direwolf. Yeah. Oh, Green Ice, you watched the twins definitely in a trance, you think? Thought Chop doing very well. Thought it had to be drugs at first. Simple as I don't think it were drugs with them two. What do you reckon? Green Eyes just got up, staggering around like a 90-year-old until the painkillers kick in. Oh no, sweetheart. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, yeah, I put my back out early this year. Last year now. February last year, a prolapse 2 disc in my back, Green Eyes. And it went on from February until June. and it stopped the week before I was due, because I thought I was going to have to cancel my holiday. I was so bad. I couldn't lift anything, and then pop, just went back. So you've got my full sympathy, babe. Simples. I'm going to watch the link I spotted but didn't watch. Apparently there's a link for one of the twins 2020. I didn't look, so it may not actually be them. Okay. Can't believe how they discharged it after bullseyeing the window on the car. That just doesn't happen. I know. And did you see the state of that car, Green Eyes? Did you get a bad back from your job? I know a lot of nurses have bad backs. Oh, after fucked up. Oh, Green Eyes, I'm sorry to hear that, love. Simples, exactly. There were so many reasons why she should have been held or detained for her safety and that of others. Yeah, nurses back then had a bad fall at work and had surgery. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, well, I hope you get better soon, love. I really do. I always feel so sorry for people with back problems. So, oh, what's this one? Sorry, I'll read the last comment and then... Oh, where have we gone? No one walks away from an impact like that 100%. No, they don't. Although Porky did have had a theory on this. He did have a theory on it. We were speaking for ages on the phone. We got into we had 2 nights worth of 2 discussions, different ones that so I basically had 2 nights of no sleep. I've just been left with chronic pain after the surgery. Nothing I can do, just get on with it. Oh, I know, well, I know, and it's a very brave way to look at it, Green Eyes, but it's what a horrible thing to go through. Horrible. I don't know if you're still there, Porky. Do you want to tell me about your ley line thing? I'm just going to mention this as well while we're waiting for him to come back. Okay, so obviously he stayed with me yesterday, last night, I should say, because it was death day, and he was going to save me from being murdered or having an accident and dying. He was there, and obviously he's been on the phone to me for hours for the last 2 nights to stop me being scared about the Bill voice. Listen to those last night while we were here. Listen to those recordings again. He's picked something up that what they think Bill has said in one of the recordings, he actually didn't. We both listened to it, and I fully agree with Porky as to what he found. So this morning, when we wake up, and I've made him a cup of tea, and I'm having a little cuddle, and the first thing he says to me, he puts the Bill voice on and repeats the phrase that we heard him say. It's like, you absolute swine. Not the kind of voice I want to hear first thing in the morning. Oh, he's back. So, just 10 miles to the north of the start of Stocksbridge Bypass is the Arbor Low ley line, which ends at... So does that end at Stocksbridge Bypass? Green Eyes, you end up with lower leg injuries as legs hit the car first, then you were tossed on the windscreen. I've had people dead like that. That's what I thought. I am freaking myself out, Frida. No, it was his fault. It just did this awful voice, went, taking their socks. Which is what he actually says, or take their socks. Oh no way! Marygate, Holy Island, Lindisfarne Priory. How the hell did you find that out? Did you just do a ley line search or something? So, right. Okay, guys and gals, let's just listen up for a second. So, a ley line runs from Lindisfarne, from Holy Island, all the way down to Stocksbridge Bypass. And on Holy Island, Lindisfarne, there were all those monks were slaughtered. And they reckon spirits can travel up and down ley lines. Do you think it might have been a slaughtered monk who's travelled down that ley line and appeared at, wanting to wreak revenge because he's obviously been slaughtered by my lot when they hit the island in 793 AD? Maybe. Pork chop, stop freaking kiss out. Oh, it's fine. I found it quite funny. Pork chop, I've plotted the locations down the ley line, and then 10 miles further south is the end of the bypass. Bloody hell! I wonder if it's one of the Lindisfarne monks then. Oh, see, the minute you mentioned bloody ghosts again, he's off. Stop it. Stop it. Right now. Don't do this shit, silly, awful dog. The end of the ley line is actually supposed to end at Farnley. Is that Tias or Tias, just 10 miles north of the bypass? Wow. Now that is freaky, isn't it? You've got to admit. Always comes back to me Vikings, doesn't it? Yeah, right time or the wrong time, Green Eyes. He always barks just at the right time to give me a scare. Well, thanks for checking that out for me, Porky. That is actually quite fascinating. I mean, I know there are a lot of people who don't believe in ley lines or things like that. There's probably an equal number of people who do. I can actually tell you a little tale about a ley line thing. My friend Joanne, who lives up in, she doesn't anymore. She lived up in northeast Scotland, and they lived on an estate just north of Inverurie. Hang on, I always get it wrong. Is it Inverurie, which is just north of Aberdeen. So she started to get horrendous health issues. What's that? I would love an evening with you and Porky. The conversation would be brilliant. Well, you know what, Green Eyes, next time you're coming over to visit your mum, you should give us a shout. We should have a little get together. Or I can have a lottery win and visit Australia. But yeah, I think it would be hilarious. If the ley line continued its existing route from Farnley Tias, it would cross the bypass. So, do you think there might have been a continuation of it in older times? Can't fly. No, neither can I, Green Eyes. You can have Porky on his own then. Sorry, I've gone off on a tangent. So my friend Joanne, and they got this, well, like I said, this farm on an estate in the northeast of Scotland. Up to that point, she was the height of fitness and she had a fantastic job, all the rest of it. She fell pregnant with her first child. Both her children are my godchildren. So she fell pregnant with her first child, little boy. Had dreadful time with it. She got Bell's palsy while she was carrying him. There were a multitude of things wrong. She had a dreadful delivery with him. poor baby was colicky, and from that moment on, she started having different health issues. Now, none of which were related, apart from the Bell's palsy, which they said can occur during pregnancy. None of the health issues were pregnancy related. She then got pregnant with a little girl. So when she had her, then these health issues were getting worse and worse. She was dropping weight like you would not believe. She was having dreadful headaches. She was having neck aches. She lost her sight at one point in one eye. She was convinced, because the water was coming from a borehole on the farm, that maybe something had got into the water. So she paid privately to have some investigations done. There was nothing wrong with, because she was thinking, could there be lead? You know, could it be lead poisoning, what have you? Wasn't. And she decided that she was going to go and have some Reiki healing done. A friend of hers had put her onto somebody in Aberdeen and said, go and have some Reiki done. This fella's really, really good. So when she went in, and this is all from her, when she went in, she goes in to see this guy, and he was also he was a general healer. He was a pagan. He also used to do a lot of dowsing and whatnot. And she walked in. He doesn't know about any of these issues, just that she has booked him for a Reiki session. She walks in, and he said straight away, oh, like this. So she went, oh, what? Thinking, have I got something stuck on my nose? And he just said, where do you live? So she's kind of saying, well, I live on a farm and we have an estate in blah, blah, blah. And he said, hang on a second. And he went and got a map. And he said, show me exactly, because he didn't know the area that she was at, because she was quite a bit further north of Aberdeen. Show me exactly where on this map you are. So she's trying to point it out. Now, there were lots of lines and things drawn on this map. She didn't know at the time that it was a map showing ley lines, but they were different colours. So she said some of them were black and some of them were green, and and so on. And she pointed out her farm, and it was actually lying on one of these black lines, right? The guy then said, she phoned me up after this had happened. She got home and she's on the phone to me packing it. She said, the guy said to her, right, I don't want to do your Reiki session. He said, I want to come out to your home. He said, don't worry, I'm not going to charge you for this. And she went, why? He said, let me just tell you. He said, I'm picking something up off you here. He said, that's why I wanted to know where you lived. He said, because I want to come out and I want to do a cleansing on your property. He said, because there's bad things emanating from you right now. So she's on the phone to me going, I think I've got a demon attached to me. I said, don't be daft. I said, he said he wants to come out and do a cleansing of your property. I said, that's not you. If it was you, he would have done you the Reiki session and what have you, and cleansed you of whatever it was that was attached to you. I said, it's obviously your home. So she said he'd arranged to come out to see it on, I think it was the Saturday. This was in the middle of the week. He was coming out of the weekend, and I'm sure it was the Saturday. As I said, it's a few years ago this happened. He came out. She said, well, she said, we can hear all this racket. She said, he only rocks up in a bleeding helicopter. So he's got he's got a license to fly a helicopter, and he owns his own. So she said, he's obviously well-to-do. She said, he gets out with this helicopter. He's landed it in one of the fields. And he comes over and he's got these dowsing rods, and he's got crystals on chains, and he's got bunches of sage, and he's got bottles with liquids of sorts in them that she doesn't know what it is, and a bag. And this bag has got all sorts of crystals and kind of figures made out of bits of willow and what have you. And he got Joe to come with it, and he had these dowsing rods out and the crossing and going straight and crossing, and they ended up at a patch. And funnily enough, the patch that they visited was right near the borehole that supplied the farmhouse, the one that she'd been convinced, maybe I'm getting bad water, or you know, maybe there's lead poisoning or something, that was cleared by the water board, you know, the investigations they paid for. And right near this, and he said there is, no, he said, don't take this the wrong way. He said, it doesn't mean it's a portal to hell. He said, but I call these hell holes. He said, it is, you're on a ley line, he said, and the ley line that your home is and your property is situated on, he said, is actually attracting negative forces. He said, and right here, and he's pointing at this area on the floor, he said, this is what I call the hellhole. This is where all of this negative energy, he said, it's coming to this one point and kind of erupting out like a volcano would. He said, only you can't see it. He said, and so then Joe happened to say, well, see that there with the cover on it, that's our borehole. And I thought I was getting, you know, something was in the water that's been affecting me because I've had all these health issues. And he went, well, he said, there is something in the water. He said, but no investigation's going to pick it up. He said, everything that's coming spewing out of this hellhole is going up into the air and coming back down and landing straight in your water supply. So he did a cleansing of the land, and he had some of these concoctions that were in the, yeah, I thought that as well, Green Eyes. He said, so she said some of these concoctions he was kind of sprinkling them on the ground, and he put the crystals down, and he had his dowsing rods, and he was saying different incantations and what have you. And then ended up, he put salt and something else sprinkled all over this area. And she said the funny thing was that one patch in the field, she said, always was very sparse. Now, the fields they had there were very lush grass. And she said, I often wondered, you know, sometimes if you bury a dead cow or something, the grass won't grow in the same way. Or sometimes investigators, when they're looking for a dead body, they can tell that there's somebody been buried somewhere because the vegetation grows differently. Well, Joe just thought that, you know, years earlier, maybe that had been a spot where people used to, you know, they used to bury carcasses for any animals that had died. And she said, he said, no, it's because that is the actual, this hellhole. And you know what? Within a year, her health had just completely improved. She didn't have the hypertension anymore. She had this issue with the brain. She was having to go and have lumbar punctures. I mean, I played it down a little bit before, but yeah, the blindness, it was terrible what she was going through. The sickness, vomiting, losing all this weight. And within that period of 12 months, it all gone. Now, he had said, the only other thing was that he had said that on midsummer and midwinter, the solstices, that if she couldn't get, you know, if she could find a local pagan who could come out and redo this sealing ceremony for her just for that first year, he said, if you can do that, if you can't find anybody, here's my number, phone me and I will come back out and do it. But she did manage to find a lady who lived pretty locally, a pagan lady who came out, and she did this resealing of the hole on the ley line for her. And then after that, it never happened again, or, you know, there was no problem. So what do you think of that one? So we've had two stories that I know tonight. Let me just go back in the chat. I'll see what I have missed. Put up, can't find anything regarding elongated lines, just where they are now. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't have known where to look for that anyway. It's not something I would have looked into. Greenhouse, no, you come as a package. I know, I was only kidding. I would be sad if he went without me. He probably wouldn't. Gets to give his ears a rest. Put up, just saying though, one ley line ends less than 2 miles from my house. Does it? Hey, are there any near my house? Where'd you find the info on ley lines? From what I see, the lurgy is starting to slow down. Oh, I hope so. I don't think it's anything to do with the bug. It's all about control. Yep, green eyes, gotcha. And agree with you. Starting to lift restrictions, so hopefully we'll be able to fly. Thank you, Putchop. Do you know if we have ley lines over here, or are they just in the UK? I don't know the answer to that one. I believe they're all over the world, aren't they? Green eyes, I think, because I'm pretty sure that I heard somebody talking about Bigfoots and the connection with ley lines. And I don't think I've made that up, but obviously Lady Witch isn't here, unless she's listening in. She'd be the one to answer that one, but I'm pretty sure that they're all over the world. But yeah, now I'm wondering if I've got a ley line at my flaming house and a hellhole. Makes you wonder though, doesn't it? Some people, they move into a house and they have nothing but bad luck. You know, they have a great life up to they move into a particular property and then everything goes wrong. Because the other thing as well, I forgot to mention with Joe, in that period that all this was happening, a marriage fell apart, you know, after she'd had a little girl. And they were a couple I thought would have been together forever. Her husband, well, ex-husband now, hang on, I'm going to spit because he's a shitbag. But her ex-husband, quietest bloke, probably one of the most boring blokes. Stop that right now. You shit me up then. God, I just jumped out my skin. You just scared me then, you silly boy. Yeah, her husband, boring. You know, nice enough chap, I thought at the time, but pretty boring. You know, he was a pipe and slippers type of guy. Didn't want to go anywhere, didn't want to do anything. Didn't really have conversational skills, but yet managed to, and obviously, and the other thing as well, because Joe was really attractive, and her husband were not well favoured, shall we say, but it didn't matter because they really got on, because you know, he did have his funny moments, and one man's meat is another man's poison. So can't say that he wasn't for her, because, you know, they fell in love and they got married and they had a couple of beautiful children. But when all this stuff started to escalate, he left her for somebody else. He was the last person on the planet I would have thought would have ever had an affair. And the weird thing was, so in all that time that she was having these problems, never once did he want to get in touch. She was trying to contact him saying, don't care if you don't want to see me, but you need to come and see your kids. And he couldn't be bothered with it. The 12 months to the day that this guy from Aberdeen had come out and closed up this negative hole on the ley line, and we're talking to the day, her ex-husband, well, he was soon to be at that time, contacts her and asks, can he come back because he's made a mistake. Coincidence? Maybe. We have some toads in the outback that lots of strange things happen. Roads, not bloody toads. I wonder if, is that just the UK? Is that just a UK link that Porkchop sent to you? Although it's .com, so I'm wondering whether that's not just UK. He's probably still playing his game though. Bless him, he pops in and out. But yeah, it's surprising what can be attributed to being on ley lines. No, she didn't have him back, Green Eye. She told him to jog the F on. As I would have done. I think she kind of gave him a wah ha 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 ha, laughed in his face. Probably could have called him what I got called this morning, for being ridiculous. But yeah, I was glad she didn't have him back. Oh, ley lines are worldwide. Oh, there you go then, Green Eyes. I'm going to look into it more later. Yeah, there just seems to be, on your ley lines, there seems to be a lot of what can be called paranormal activity. or cryptid activity, dogmen, Bigfoot, you know, things that happen over here. I'd have thrown him down the portal. Yeah, me as well, green eyes. Actually, I'd have just thrown him down the well. Cooper, please don't do it. Right, he's now barking at my ceiling. Stop that. Stop it. Lie down. Lie down. Do you know, he did none of this last night. Didn't hear a damn peep out of him. So yeah, the with the ley lines and they sometimes find, I know Simples, anybody want him? I'll auction him, I'll sell him to the highest bidder. Yes, so sometimes when you have, say, like a mansion or a castle or something, which obviously, you know, they're going to be things there because of the hundreds of years usually that they've been in situ, but sightings of things like, you know, some people say they've seen like Roman centurions marching down a road, or they'll see, you know, soldiers from the First World War or things like that. And then they find that when they do a search, the spots where these apparitions are seen are actually smack bang on ley lines. So I don't know whether they are, you know, energy channel. I really don't know. I don't know what I think about ley lines because I don't know enough about them, just little bits and pieces. Yeah, ley lines linked to sacred places. Yeah. And the other thing as well is because, no, hang on a minute, he's going to do it again. Stop. Stop. Good boy. Good boy. A lot of these ancient monuments as well, you know, things like Stonehenge, Castlereagh, a lot of the burial, you know, the old tombs that they've done here, like the burial mounds and so on. Even some ancient churches are all located on ley lines. Now, I just wonder how ancient people would have sussed them out. How would they have known they were there? I mean, how do you know a ley line is somewhere? Does anybody know? Do you just find it with dowsing rods, or does it come off vibrations or something that people can pick up if you're gifted in that way? Green eyes. Anything ancient here would be First Nation people. Better be politically correct. Gotcha. Symbols. I remember the band Placebo with one of their album recordings. They had horrendous times trying to sleep after being in the studio. It's not like they hadn't recorded before. It was a studio in Bath. And was that on a ley line or something, Simples, or was it haunted? I wonder if the undiscovered, unexplored pyramids line up too. Yes, green eyes. Yep. Actually, that's something to look into, isn't it? To see, especially if these like the Inca and Aztec and Mayan temples, if they are all on the ley lines as well. Oh, so it was on ley line, Simples. Wow. I wonder if it was like a black one, like the one that my friend said, you know, with a hellhole or whatever they want to call it. I'm interested to know if there's one. Like I said, he's obviously scooted off. He'll be playing his zombie games, but because he's obviously looked to see, and there's one not far from his house. So I wonder if I might have to have a look on that link and see if there's one near my house with all this weirdness. Oh, hi, Mrs. Mercury. Hi, kissing everyone. Sorry I'm late. My daughter and granddaughter just tested positive for COVID. Mine and my grandson's results haven't come back yet. Oh, no. Oh, Mrs. Mercury, I'm really sorry to hear that. Put you up. I'm working on it. Easy tag. Oh, sorry. No. Oh, no. I didn't know if you were still in, but I presumed that you were just you were playing one of your games. It's no rush. It was just a. Oh, Sid Vicious saying pyramids line up astrologically. They do, but wouldn't it be interesting to see if they were also on a ley line? I will look at the ones they think are pyramids over here. Greenhouse. Hi, Mrs. Mercury. So sorry about that. Hope you're all okay. I know, it's just people coming out. Simple's had all that over Christmas with her son and daughter-in-law. Had to end up spending Christmas on her own because everybody tested positive. And then you've had Helen Happy Thoughts. She come down with the COVID. Who else? Was it you, Frida, that had it? Or have I imagined that? And Sheila, was your... Oh, gosh, I can't remember now. There's that people who were dropping like flies. Popping out, guys. Be right back. You take care. Be safe, Lisa. And I hope you've uploaded that Holly Guard on your phone, love. Yeah, I've drawn a blank now trying to remember who was positive with COVID, apart from Helen. Sheila's still listening, Kiss, but just got into bed. Dreaded early work in the morning. I know, well, I'm not going to be on. I'll probably be on maybe for another 40 minutes. I was planning on getting off about 10:30, just because I had two nights where I didn't sleep. It was really funny. I got off my live the other night, and I think I can't remember if it was Friday night or Saturday night's one. And then I think it was Saturday night's one, and then Porky rang me up. We ended up on the phone for another 3 hours. Just chatting shit. Well, no, we weren't actually chatting shit. We were talking. We were having a very a good discussion, which I may go into at some point. It was really interesting. Frida says, Sid, the 3 famous pyramids in Egypt lined up with Orion's belt. Oh, hiya, Cassius. Did he make you late? Did you not let him jump into a cupboard or eat your arm? But good to see you, love. We're just having a little discussions on ley lines. Greenhouse, famous last words from Kiss 4 hours later. I know. Well, it was 8 hours the other night. I mean, what the hell? Yeah, I hope you have a really good night's sleep, Sheila. I'm hoping I get a good night's sleep tonight, but you never know. Oh, you had company. Oh. Symbols, hi, Sid. Sorry, yes, Sid, not hi, Sid. Yes, Sid, I've seen a documentary about that. And just read it, but there's loads more to it. We should talk about all of this one night, shouldn't we? Mrs. Mercury, sending your best wishes for a speedy recovery for your family. I know, it's so worrying when people we know come down with it, isn't it? It's horrible. It's worrying for everybody, but... Oh, let's have a look. So, put up Fernley Reservoir to Blackpool Ley Line passes close by where I live. Oh? I wonder if that's why we met, because we were on the same ley line. Dun, dun, dun. Sid Vicious, Have you read any of the Graham Hancock books? They're amazing. Oh, what are they about? Green Eyes. You've actually mentioned that before, haven't you? And I've forgotten what it was because I can't remember my own name most of the days. I know Cassie's, because I didn't do a quiz this last week. So Blue Rose and Frida have managed to hang on to their shields for slightly longer, but I am going to do one this week towards the end. Porkchop, if anyone is interested in ley lines, here is the link I used to find the locations on them. Thank you very much. And there's a link to a site called Hedge Druid. Thanks, Porky. Will you be taking part in the 24-hour live on Grimm's channel for Salty? Oh, I didn't know about that, Simples. I'm not getting damn notifications at the moment. Have you got any? Has Grimm put up a video about it, or because don't forget I wasn't online yesterday at all. I mean, if you've got any links, if anybody wants to drop them. Oh yeah, and of course Salty's PayPal as well. Oh shit, the cat's been drinking out of my glass of water, the little shit. Wait. Just hope he wasn't licking his bottom just before you took a drink out of it, before you realised. What is it with the ley lines? Well, we've just talked about, I mean, obviously if you're interested, but it's fine if not. We started off talking about the Stocksbridge Bypass that runs between Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. It's over the Peak District. And I happened to just mention, I wonder if there are any ley lines there because there's a lot of paranormal activity. And then Porkchop has found that there's a ley line there, and then happened to mention that there was a ley line near his house, and the same ley line appeared to run near my house. And yeah, so that's all we were on about. And then I was wondering about if different ancient monuments, because most of them are set on ley lines and a lot of paranormal activity happens along ley lines, but how the ancient people would have known a ley line was there. And yeah, I'm just throwing all sorts of stuff out going, how do you know if there's a ley line there? But I don't know. Oh, Green Eyes says, so from everything about pyramids to gods and cities underwater, lots of mysteries, plus history, lots of photos in his books too. Oh, right, brilliant. I'll have a look into that one then. Definitely. Porkchop, and to answer your question, ley lines are straight alignments drawn between various historic structures and prominent landmarks. Thank you. But which came first, the ley line or the landmarks? Because if the ley lines were first, then how did the people who built the ancient or historic landmarks know the ley lines were there prior to modern skills, shall we say, to find them? Oh, let me just pop that one up. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, love. I'll just stick Salty's PayPal link up there. It's a landmark, so you couldn't draw a line between them. Yeah, but if ley lines are ancient, then I don't know. I thought that they. Let me have a think. How do I need to say this now? So I thought that ley lines channeled ancient energy. That they're used for channeling of some sort, aren't they? And they have different powers, and they have spiritual meaning to pagans specifically. So if that's the case, then I would have expected them to be there prior to the historic monuments or the tombs or the stone circles or what have you being created to pick up on those vibrations. So yeah, fair enough, they're drawing lines from ancient monuments and calling them ley lines, but is that the way it worked? Would they not have been there first? Just throwing it out there. Green Eyes. I have a link to a book site. I have hundreds of books from there, all free. I will send the link to Kiss on WhatsApp. Found lots of Graham Hancock. Oh, thank you, Green Eyes. Yes, please. Stonehenge is no spring. Yeah, I know Stonehenge is no spring chicken, but I just think that the ley lines would have been there first, and that the ancient people worked out how to find a ley line and then built monuments there to harness the power of the ley line. Maybe. If that is the answer you were looking for, then yes, KMA. Let me just have a little look back. Right, so just before I go off on another tangent, I don't know everything because I've not been catching lives. After you mentioned it the other, so just go on about Salty for a second. So after it was mentioned in here the other day, because obviously I didn't know, and I went and listened to her own upload. So for anybody who, like me, was a bit unaware of what was going on, Salty's having a really shitty time of it at the moment. And as you all know, she's done lots and lots and lots for other people. And she deserves some help herself. So that's her up on screen now. That's the link to Salty's PayPal. If anybody can give anything, even if it's 50p, a quid, whatever, all helps. So thank you for dropping that there, Sheila. And yeah, I didn't know there was a 24-hour live, but I'll go and look into that. Such a shame. I really like Salty. I really do. My God, has she entertained a lot of us over the in the past. I did Cassius, watched Salty's live, went to sleep, woke up, and she's still been on. The last one, when people were all, do you remember when Aunt Sally was trying to stir it up on there, when it was about something completely different and kept bringing it back to BAM, which there was no need for? Well, I had been on there, said hello, went to bed, had a good sleep. I think I slept about 6 hours, got up, walked the dog, did the horses, came back, flicked YouTube on, and they were still going. This is about 8 hours later. I was like, what the hell? Absolute legends. Pork chop. I'll jump in my time machine and pop back and ask the dude who built some of the structures. Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great. That's what I said. I was going to say hi to a friend. Kiss. Right, okie dokie, Cassius. See, I can type my number here, then delete. I'll tell you what, guys. If you've not, if you're after sharing details, sorry, just for Green Eyes and Sid, I'll drop the link in, and all you both do, both of you hit the link. I won't bring you up on panel, but you can swap details in my private chat. How about I do that for you guys? So just for a second, this is just for Sid and for Green Eyes. So just for a moment, please don't anybody hit the link. This is just for these two. If you two hit that, and I won't bring you up on panel, you can just go backstage and swap details in private chat. How's that? Right, let's see. Tiz said, the earth has 7 chakra points exactly like the body. There are 7 chakras of the earth located in different points of the world. The heart chakra of earth is in Stonehenge, the one point in the UK. Wow. Ley lines as a navigational technique. In theory, ley lines were used as a navigational technique to move across the landscape. Early Britons would pick a place to start and then follow the paths based on line of sight to the next highest point, monument, or other unique geographical feature. In this way, people were able to move across the country slowly but surely. There's also some study into the idea that the ley lines were used for trade and ceremonies, much like the indented cursus imprints that predate the Roman era in Britain. These cursus are often located very close to Neolithic ceremonial, burial, and campsites. Both of these geographical features could indeed have been created by pre-Roman peoples, but their exact uses remain a mystery. Right, so then, if I chuck something else out, because I'm just going back to this whole ley line energy thing, do you think that the constant use of these routes by so many ancient people who were more in tune with the natural environment than we are today, you know, in tune with earth gods and earth goddesses and nature and so on and so forth, and obviously had skills that have long been lost and forgotten, do you think that that could have been the source of the energy, you know, that their use has kind of charged these routes, charged them like energy wise, I mean? Maybe. I don't know what people think. I shall wait to hear what anybody has to say. Or if you think I'm just talking shizzle, please let me know in the comments. How do you find someone's name not in your contact list on WhatsApp? I don't think you can, Green Eyes, but if you look up, I've put the link there if you and Sid want to hit it, and you can just do what you did with Voodoo, just swap details backstage. Pork chop, ha ha ha, waiting for the guy who built Stonehenge to finish his supper. He said he'll tell me why he picked this site after his crumpets. You cheeky bugger. Oh, good night, Denny. Oh, sleep well, honey. Thanks for dropping in. So if I set this up for tomorrow for 7 o'clock, is that okay with you? Will you have all your notes ready to give this lot a good treat? Because I was going to sit back and let you crack on and just throw in a little bit if you needed it. Now somebody is up on panel under, well, not on panel, somebody's backstage. Is that one of you guys? Is that Green Eyes or Sid? Pork chop, you add the number to your phone book and allocate a name to it, then access WhatsApp and the contact will be there. But they haven't swapped numbers. Brilliant, brilliant, Denny. Thank you. Right, guys, just before Denny goes, we are still on with part 2 tomorrow. All right, you're still there then, Sid. Just waiting for Green Eyes to join you. If you stay, are you still backstage there? Oh, you've gone now. Right, hang on. bugger. It was it was if you hang on there for if you hang on there until Green Eyes joins you, and you two can then exchange just in chat. But I don't know where Green Eyes is. Right. So yeah. So everybody, we're going to do part 2 of Enfield tomorrow. I'm going to have to put it for 7 p.m. UK time, just purely because that's the best time for Tiz. So I hope that's okay with everybody. And I'm going to let Tismy Denny lead the show tomorrow night. So, because, as I said, I think she will be, she'll be able to deliver the she will deliver the what's it called, the investigation side of things much better than I would have done. She'll do it very interestingly. So yeah, so hopefully we can see you all there tomorrow with Tiz leading the show. Let me have a little look. What have I missed? What have I missed? Frieda says, Porkchop, how do you find ley lines? Do you know? Seen people walking around with metal rods. Is that anything to do with it? Paula, I think you were right. Makes sense. Yeah. Well, you know, it's just a theory I'm throwing out there. Porkchop, examine a map of your local area. This is the method that Alfred Watkins first used to identify ley lines. Draw a circle around any potentially ancient sites in your area, such as burial mounds or ancient wells or giant rocks or islands in lakes. Some maps will have some of these sites already marked, but most commercial maps will leave out many features of interest. So it's important to have already travelled the surrounding countryside yourself in order to establish a familiarity with the landscape and its features. Place a pin on each circle of the map. Draw lines on the map connecting the area identified. If you find 3 or more sites arranged on a single line, you may have discovered a ley line. Watkins considered only those lines with 4 points and bounded at each end with a hill or a mountain point to be ley lines. Explore the physical locations of the ley lines you have drawn on the map. Finding additional possibly ancient sites along these lines in the real world may further confirm the existence of a ley line. Oh, see, plenty of places there, Frieda. Excellent. You might have to go out searching for them. Begin to walk slowly with your dowsing instrument around the area surrounding an ancient object. You'll notice if you were in a ley line that the dowsing instrument will begin to move in very particular ways, such as a pendulum rotating clockwise or a stick beginning to drag towards the ground. Those are the common methods for finding ley lines. Thank you for that, our resident encyclopedia. Well, there we go. Now, has anybody in any other country ever found it? I don't know who's back, well, who's just watching the chat rather than taking part. Obviously, I know that Paula's in here from America. Do you know anything about ley lines in America, Paula? Oh, Porkchop, that was all Google, not me. Hang on a minute. And I hope it wasn't Wiki. Was it off Wiki by any chance? Porkchop, is the dowsing instrument the metal things that look like broken coat hangers? Yes, Frieda, there are either dowsing rods, or you can get a dowsing crystal, a pendulum, and it's a crystal that goes down into a point, so it looks like an upside down pyramid, and it's on a chain, and you just hold it, you know, a bit like the old there was like the old old wives' tale about if you wanted to know what baby a pregnant woman was carrying, you'd take the wedding ring and you'd attach it to a piece of cotton and hold it over the baby bump. And if it went in a straight line, it'd be I can't remember if it was a boy or a girl, or if it went in a circle, it was the other sex. So it's a similar principle with a pendulum, a crystal pendulum. Good God, no, woman. I should bloody think not to. Oh, I'm back, bitches. Hello, Lisa. Glad to see you back, lovely. Green Eyes. I can't find people on WhatsApp that are not in your contact list. I put my number in there for Sid. Hang on a mo. Right, hang on. I've just, right, guys, give me 1 second in case I might knock myself off. I'm trying not to. Green Eyes, I've just took a screenshot for you of what Sid left backstage. Don't worry, Sid, I'll delete it so I don't keep it. And I'll WhatsApp it to you, Green Eyes, and then you should be able to sort it out. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to do, because they may as well find out if they can contact each other while they're both on my live, hadn't they? Right, give me 1 sec. If I lose myself, let me have a look. Right, give me a tick, give me a tick. Oh, for God's sake, it's bloody knocked me off again, bastard thing. Stop. Oh, why's my mic not working? Hello, hello. Well, that was the weirdest thing. I tried to get back on my stream, and it wasn't recognising my microphone, and it wasn't recognising anything. Let's see what I've missed out. Pot job. Uluru, Australia, and Mount Shasta, California are 2 of the 6 most spiritual places on the planet. Are they? Black-eyed children would be an interesting one. Oh, do you know what, Lisa? I don't think I could do that. It freaks me out. Oh, Green Eyes, you've got it. No problem. Didn't go anywhere. Oh, well, oh, could you hear me swearing as well then? Because I couldn't get back on. I just had I vanished off my own screen, and then I was trying to get back onto StreamYard, and it was saying that my microphone would no longer connect to StreamYard, and that I must have another application open, which I didn't. Paula always felt more connected in the desert. Do you know what? I always feel, Paula, really connected if I'm near the sea. Either top of a mountain or near the sea, and usually near the sea. But I think that's from when I used to be a dolphin. Or an aquatic ape. Uluru is an amazing place. You feel all sorts there. Yeah, I'll tell you what I felt there, knackered. Tried to climb the damn thing. Phew, and setting up. Are you still allowed to go up it, Green Eyes? But yeah, setting off, flipping dawn so we could get up there before it got too hot. With all those, the chains. Okay, we'll go in again now. I think there are some real delays on here tonight. I don't know what's going on. Right, I'm presuming that's you, Green Eyes. Sid, if you're still here, can you go into hang on, I'll drop the link. Or is it for Green Eyes? Hang on. There you go, Green Eyes. Sid's backstage. If you want to go in and have a little private chat, and you can show him how to private chat. Bali, Mount Callias, Himalayas, Stonehenge, and Lake Titicaca, Peru are the others. Oh, were those the ones that that Tiz was talking about? Cairo and Maui are also on the list, but the first 6 are the top 6. I wonder if... Let me have a think now. I wonder if our tallest mountains are on ley lines. As you know, so places like Helvellyn and Ben Nevis. I'm just thinking out loud. Oh God, because so relate to feeling connected to the sea. The more stormy, the better. Yes, Lisa, I love it. So, Green Eyes, are you around there so that you can go up and chat to Sid backstage? Just replying here. Right, I'll leave you guys to it. Right. Call them mountains, but they're really just big hills in comparison to real mountains. Well, you know, size is relative, isn't it? I mean, we think to travel the distance, the length of this country, so Land's End to John O'Groats, it's like a marathon, but it's actually a shorter distance than to drive across some of the states in America, isn't it? Had a dream about big waves the other night. Oh, did you, Frida? I love storms at sea. Love that. I wouldn't want to be on the sea, but when obviously my dad lives on the coast, and then my friend and I always go up to Scotland every year for a week, and we stay in, it's the most beautiful house. The back gate opens onto the sea, onto the beach, and at high tide, because it's slightly elevated, the house, at high tide, the sea comes right up to the bottom of the fence. And I've been there where there was a storm. I went out for a fag. I couldn't sleep this particular night, and it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. It was a full moon. It was a high tide, and I went out, and I could hear this noise. You know, the garden's huge, and I kept hearing this like slappy noise. And I'm thinking, what the hell is that? So I got the torch, and obviously a storm had started to blow up, and the waves were actually coming up and over the back fence, and splashing onto the lawn. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't want the dog to get swept away. So I put my cig out and went back inside. But it was lovely listening to the wind and watching the waves, because they ended up putting the spotlights on outside in the garden, and I could actually watch it then. It was lovely. I think I stayed awake till about 7 o'clock that morning, and then finally crashed out on the sofa, just because I was enjoying the view. Up, my friend lives in Michigan, and it takes him longer to get out of his state than it does for us to drive from Land's End to John O'Groats. Yeah, Lady Witch lives in Michigan as well, so she'll be able to confirm that one. Kiss was a lovely dream. I was standing on the shore watching them. Oh, I just love the sea, and I love waves. It's I bet somebody, if there was a dreams expert, they would probably be able to tell you that had some lovely meaning, Frida. Cassius, that sounds nice, the noise as well as of the sea. Yeah, and I like where we go, because you may have heard of it, Southern S in Dumfries and Galloway. And it is a holiday village, more or less. I mean, there are a lot of people who live there all year round, but it's got a massive caravan park that the majority, you know, it's Ouija's who come down every weekend. You know, they come down of a Friday night, they go back on a Sunday night. So it's a bit crackers, but we stay in one of the cottages, the older houses there. So it's lovely during the week. Always go out of school holiday season, so that, you know, it might get a bit hectic at a weekend with everybody coming down from Glasgow, but during the week it's lovely and quiet. It's really nice. But I always think my affinity with the sea comes from, well, either from when before people were people and we were dolphins, or from my Viking DNA. Who can say? Although I do get seasick, so I probably wouldn't have made a good Viking. I get seasick on a rowing boat. I can't even go near him. What's Paula says? Texas goes forever. Driving through it. Well, Bedtime Clown and Voodoo Queen are in Texas, aren't they? We were in Tenerife in 2019, literally 50 feet away from the water's edge in a hotel. Nighttime sleeping, I didn't have to put my YouTube waves on. Oh, I know, yeah. Yeah, it's lovely. That's what I like, because the bedroom I have in the house, it's at the back of the house, which is the bit nearest to the sea. And I leave the window open at night, and I can just hear the waves lapping against the you know, the back of the house. It's lovely, back fence. Yeah, honest to God, Cassie's, it's a lovely place. It's really nice. Oh, brilliant. You've had your chit chat now, have you? Good. I'm glad you've swapped your numbers and you're all in touch. Slept in a villa on the beach in Vanuatu. Where's that? Is that in Australia? Green Eyes? I'm not sure. Have you guys finished in there? I'm just wondering if I should delete the private chat, because obviously I don't want to look at, I know you're not saying anything untoward, but I don't read private chats. So if you two have finished, I'll just go and click the X button and delete it, just in case anybody else comes up on, if anybody decided to come up on panel. I don't want anybody reading people's private things. Did you ever see the documentary about the mermaids? Cassius, yes, I did. The what was it called? Mermaids, the Body Found. Is that the one you're on about? Where they covered all about the aquatic apes and things. Paula Nichols, we have sugar white sand here that is like all quartz, and it's warm water and crystal clear. It's so much different than the Pacific. Oh, that sounds absolutely beautiful. Yep, I do. Green eyes, no problem. I just didn't want anybody seeing private information, just in case. Not that anybody in this channel would do anything untoward with it, so. But you know what I'm like with personal privacy and all that jazz. And I've just realised as well, yes, I do. You know your number, and I forgot to send you my flipping rice paste recipe, didn't I? Duh. Oh, I sent my recipe over for cheese and onion pie as well today, so I did remember to do that. I just forgot to send you a recipe, and I forgot to send Voodoo Queen the recipe from my mate that I'm still sitting on. Yeah, the one with the talking about the sonar. Yes, yeah, it's the same one. I actually really enjoyed that program. Did you? I'm here in the background, but are you guys all in touch on the phone? Not all of us, Lisa. Green Eyes and Sid were just swapping numbers so they could keep in touch. But as you all know, I've got no. Don't be, Lisa. I'm not in touch with everybody. Don't worry. I ended up getting in touch with Voodoo Queen via Pinterest, and then Green Eyes and I swapped numbers. So a little while ago. Oh, what's Porkchop said? Snowdon is not on a ley line. But what's your Ellen is? What's that? I don't know what that is. I love Snowdon Porkchop. Yeah, Snowdon's quite nice, although we did get stuck up there on a school trip, which was a bit hairy. Went up on to do the walk up to the summit, and the weather changed, and I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, as Green Eyes says there, Lisa, just swapping books. Green Eyes just sends me details of books and things. And I'm supposed to be sending her a recipe for me flipping rice paste that I totally forgot to do after the live on Saturday night. But I was a bit distracted. I mean, as you all know, if you go into my About Me on my my channel, I've got the contact email there so you know, if anybody's wanting to get in touch with me or pass a number on or anything, you can do it that way. Yeah, nothing secretive at all. I get too busy to have to be making phone calls to everybody day in, day out, because I've not phoned you, have I? Green Eyes. I don't. Oh, did I? No, I don't think I did I? I think it was all just WhatsApp chit chat with books. In fact, I've not spoken to Voodoo Queen on the phone either. That again, that was just a couple of that was swapping things. So yeah. But no, please don't anybody feel like we've not got a secret club. You're far from boring, Green Eyes. There's nobody in here that I wouldn't want to have my number. Everybody is cool. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, thanks, Sid Vicious. But yeah, I'm very cautious about keeping people's privacy, because I was really hacked off. I shouldn't have been really, but I got a random text message probably about, I think it was the week before Christmas. Just a number I didn't recognise. And I'm thinking, the hell is this? And it was somebody from this village who I would not have given my phone number to. I don't give my phone number out randomly, you know. She's an all right person, but she's a bit of a pest. And she was like, sorry, you know, hope you don't mind me texting you, blah, de, blah, de, blah. I got your number from your friend Sarah. So I went mad at Sarah and I said, Sarah, do you know what? If anybody wanted your number, I would ask you first and say, such and such has asked for your number to get in touch. Is it all right if I pass them your number on? Or shall I just give you theirs? And she went, oh, I never thought. I said, well, you know, I said, I'm not replying to her. I said, because I don't want to start a murdering me. So, yeah, so I'm always very considerate about other people's privacy. I would never dream of giving anybody's number out unless they'd said to me it was okay. Like I did with Green Eyes and Voodoo, because I said to Voodoo Queen, if Green Eyes wants my number, you've got it. Please give it to her. It's absolutely fine. So, yeah. But, yeah, don't worry. Nothing secretive going on behind the scenes. Yeah, if anyone wants my number, just email Kiss. More than happy. No problem. Yeah, the email is on my email is on my About Me. Feel free if you want to email me, if you want to pass details on for other people, that's absolutely fine. I'm happy to do that. Oh, all right, Porky. Are you going back to go back to play your things? Thank you for finding all the information out, sweetie. And time for things to die. Yeah, so long as they're only zombies. I'll drop you a text later on, babe. Have fun. Bye-bye. Let me see. Old chin wagging away. No, Cassius, unfortunately, like Green Eyes said, nothing that interesting. Ben Nevis is very close to Leyline, but not on it. Keep getting scammer texts, I just block them. I don't, luckily. Yeah. Bye, Felicia. I can only do it on my phone. I haven't got my phone at the moment, no problem. Frida says, pork chop, ta-ta for now. Don't worry, Frida, the bye Felicia was for me. Bye, guys and guyettes, and look after that bat, Green Eyes. We'll make sure she does, Porky, and I will speak to you later. Although, if you're listening in the background, you'll probably hear anything that's going on. Yeah, Frida, he's good like that, isn't he? Always drops us loads of info. Cassius, I get a couple a day. What was today's one? Oh, yeah, the bank fraud department. Oh, I had all sorts before, but I registered this phone with the TPS. Yeah, Porky, bye from Cassius, bye from Sid, bye from Green Eyes, bye from Frida, bye from me. Yeah, flipping the usually Indian call centres. Got told a warrant is out from arresting a voicemail. Fucking idiots. Do you know what, Green Eyes? I got one telling me that unless I sorted out paying tax that was owed. So I decided to play a little game. So I replied to the text message because they were basically saying you need to ring this number. So I replied to the text message and said, I just blagged and said, for some reason, I can't dial out on this phone. I don't know what's happening. Could somebody please give me a call? And they did. And I went to town on them. It was great. It was absolutely wonderful because with you all going, oh, scams, I love playing with them. Yeah. No, they're just all saying goodbye to everybody else, Lisa. Yeah, so this guy was had rung me up and he's trying to tell me. So he's speaking with a thick Indian accent, but trying to tell me that his name, it was something like it wasn't this, but say it was John Smith, you know. It's just like, fuck off, of course your name's John Smith, maniac. So I just think, why'd you do that? They always give you like a full-on English name when you know damn well that's not the name. And that's not me being racist. This is just part of the scam. It's hilarious. And he's telling me that, you know, and it was when he said, you know, it's going to be a scam anyway, but it's when they say, you know, it's like the federal police. Well, we don't have federal police in the UK, you knob. But and they get really frantic when they're talking to you, don't they? Going, and yes, and you know, and you do realise that you owe £500, and unless you pay it, a warrant's going to be issued for your arrest. We will be knocking at your door, and we will, and you won't like us knocking at your door. So then I start going into the whole thing about PAYE that we have over here in the UK, which is pay as you earn for people in America who don't know. And the fact that it's my employer that's actually liable for this, not me personally, because they're the ones that are working out the taxes and then when you start asking them which you know, which department they actually are working in and which of the local tax offices they're working in, and yeah, and then they start to flounder, and then usually at that point I go, fucking liar, and hang up. Or sing to them. Sometimes I'll sing Ying Tong Yidlai Po. Do you remember the Goons? Was it who was it now? Was it Spike Milligan? Because my dad used to that if he ever got cold calls at his house, and they'd be asking, you know, hello, and he'd just start off with a silly voice on, and he'd start going, ah, ying tong ying tong ying tong ying tong ying tong yi lai po, ying tong yi lai po, ying tong yi lai po, which is quite funny when you hear him doing it, not me obviously, but yeah. Watch loads of scam catching vids on YouTube. They're great. They are, Sid. And shame on them people. I know that people are struggling for money all around the world, but you don't have to rob from innocent folk, do you? Good video on YouTube where they filmed a sheriff in Eureka. Oh, I saw that, Green Eyes. I saw that. Those two guys are funny. I can't remember the names. They're in America, and one of the guys is Russian. He's obviously living in America, but he's Russian. They're really good. They've exposed a lot of scammers. Oh, what have I missed here? Oh, Frida said, Cassius, any more luck with the dentist? Frida, I took your advice and went with the dental plan. Was at the dentist today. Good result. Oh, that's great. Oh, I'm glad you're sorting there, Cassius. Frida, I really wasn't sure what to do when you mentioned it. I called them. I thought, yes, thank God. So again, thank you. Brilliant. Good. What else have we got? I think, yeah, Kit Booger, I think who's that woman as well? There's that American girl who does the she's a voice actress, and she'll ring them up and pretend that she's like Siri or Alexa. She's absolutely hilarious. I can't remember her name. But she does it sounds like an electronic, like an automated voice, but it's actually her doing it. And then she can do different different voices, you know, like Britney Spears or you know, other famous people. It's really good. Oh, night simples, lovey. We'll do tomorrow. We're going to do Enfield. I'm not going to be on much longer because I've gone 15 minutes over my allocated time slot. But yeah, it's going to be. We're going to come on at 7 o'clock tomorrow night and do part 2 of the Enfield poltergeist case. No food, no smut tonight. Well done us. I know, Sid. We did. It was going a little bit there on Saturday, but it didn't go full on Monty. Oh, you've seen her as well, have you, Cassius? Yeah, she is good. She is really good. And here's another one, Cassius. Porky and I listened to one of the Bill recordings last night, and we heard something different on one of them. I don't know if you heard the one where he's trying to they're trying to ask him how he takes energy from people, and it sounds like it says electric shocks, and he doesn't say that, and we sussed it out, but I'll go into that tomorrow a bit more. Green eyes. Oh no, Sid Vicious, we're not doing well. We should just go straight to the smut. We should do, actually, what we should do is make the most of the Smutmeister when he comes in. Because we let him go and he was being all serious and getting us all information. Because yeah, he goes off doing other streams sometimes at about 10:30. Not every night, but some nights. Which obviously tonight was one of them. Double dose of smut tomorrow. Well, Sid, we could do actually, because we're going to do Enfield. We'd do Enfield and then we could do Smut Fest. Hey, Green Eyes, are you coming up doing your candlestick story tomorrow, or is it going to be way too early for you? Because it was, I was asking Tiz, because obviously she's got the little ones to look after, so she just, gave us 7 o'clock as a time to start. I know, Cassius. It's not that. No, I'm only kidding you. We did actually tell it before, but now I can't remember exactly word for word what it was. But it sounds like he says electric shocks. Or like electric shocks. That's what it sounds like he says. And that's what they think he says. And the voice goes, yes. But it's already proved it was a liar because it's told a few lies that we've also picked up on. Because like when they're asking it, did it die in the house? And it said yes. And did it live in the house more than 50 years ago? And it says yes. Well, the house hadn't been built 50 years ago. He's still here. There you go. Kept socks. I think it said, didn't he say kept its socks? And that's what it actually says. Kept its socks. It doesn't say electric shocks, because we sat here, and that's what he said to me this morning. Wakes up to a nice cup of tea and a cuddle, and instead of going, good morning, gorgeous, or good morning, oh light of my life, he put the Bill voice on. He went, kept socks. I shit myself. The Smutmeister was very intellectual tonight. He always is, though, Frida. He knows a lot of stuff. Like I said, if you'd listened to the 3-hour conversation we had, when he rang me after I finished the live on Saturday night, we're on the phone for another 3 hours. But it was a very intelligent conversation. I did nod off a couple of times till I could hear him shouting me. And I always wake up and he was going, Jax. And I went, yeah. He went, you nodded off then? No, I didn't. I always lie and say I didn't, and I don't know why I do that. It's like a knee jerk. If somebody says, did you just nod off? No. But I don't even say no. I do it in a hot fuzz voice. I go, no. Might miss the start as it will be 5 a.m. So might have to do catch up. We'll be here as soon as I wake up. When John's not here, I'm awake about 4. But when he's here, I can sleep until 7. Not a problem. No problem, Sid. Thanks so much for coming in. And hopefully, if you're around tomorrow, it'll be like I said. Tonight was just a little short one, just talking about Stocksbridge and a little bit of a chit chat. But we're going to get straight back into Enfield tomorrow night. So hopefully that'll be really interesting for everybody, because we're looking at the investigations. And Tiz is going to kind of lead on that bit, but I'll be jumping in and out. So you take care. Yeah, Frida, I fully agree. Night, Sid, and come back soon. Oh, thank you for your time. It's good to catch you guys live. Sending love to each of you. Oh, you going as well, Paula? Oh, well, good night, love. And like I said, 7 p.m. UK time. I don't know what time that is with you, but tomorrow we're doing the second part of the Enfield case, which is a famous case here in the UK. If you've not heard of it, the Enfield poltergeist. I covered it last Tuesday, part 1, and we're going to go through all the investigations tomorrow. It's very, very interesting. It is lovely to have her here, isn't it, Frida? And we've had a few other new subs come in from America as well. There's a couple of channels. We've got Danny After Dark. She came up on panel on Saturday, which was lovely. Lisa, I went on Dorothy's last night for 5 minutes. She was really nice to you. Was she really? Oh, heck. What's happened there? I've not been back since we were all called rats. And Green Eyes wasn't spoken about very, very nicely. So, you know, not that I'm slating anybody for going in, you know what I mean? Everybody go in whichever channels you want. It's just, I won't again. I was just really disappointed, but yeah. Oh, I'm glad she was nice to you. I'm glad about that. Well, the thing is, you've got to think it's quite a big group of people to alienate, isn't it? If you're going to start, I'll try and be nice. If you're going to start grabbing wrong ends of sticks, shall we say, and running with it, it's not very nice. So yeah, hopefully that's been realised. Cannot stomach her. Sorry, she's the biggest hypocrite I've ever seen. I was trying. I was trying to be tactful, Green Eyes, but yeah. As far as welcome, she was cool. Also, I didn't want to be up on my own. Oh no, I understand that. No, you don't have to explain to us, guys. It's not a problem at all. You know, I go into some channels that I'm pretty sure people would go, oh my God, I can't stand them. They're not out the true crime community. You know, they're out of different areas of YouTube that cover different things. You were honoured. I would rather stick razor blades down my toenail. Now, my phrase is, if it's something that I wouldn't want to do, I usually say I would rather eat my own legs, which is a physical impossibility, which usually means it's physically impossible for me to do that one thing. But yeah, it's very rare that I'll kind of go back on something, you know, if No, tact is not in my vocabulary. And, well, do you know what, though, Green Eyes? I think that's why you get on so well with Pork Chop, because he's exactly the same. He don't pull any punches. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. He won't put sugar on a turd and try to pass it off as a truffle. So how are you feeling now anyway, Lisa? You're feeling it, hopefully you're feeling a bit better, which, you know, that's what we want to hear without going into detail, because I'm not dredging out up. But yeah, I'm hoping that you're feeling better. And you're far braver than me walking around London at night without a bodyguard and a rabid pit bull for protection. Good. I'm glad, Lisa. And you will do every day. Every day's a bonus. You should go anywhere and on any channel you want to if it makes you feel good. That's right, Frida. Absolutely right. You know, it was getting ridiculous, wasn't it? We're getting some channels saying, you know, if you've gone on that channel, don't come in here. And, well, you know, we don't all dislike the same people, and we don't all like the same people, but we can, you know, there's some common ground, isn't there? You just have to, you know, it's like, let me have a think. Well, yeah, I suppose it's just me though, Lisa. You're used to it. I don't live in a city, so it's one of those things, isn't it? Green eyes need a delay in my mouth, yeah. Well, here, I'll tell you, this will make you laugh. Just changing the subject slightly. So, this morning I got called something, and it was, you know, when it just something just makes you howl laughing. So I was going to do the horses and walk the dog. So I was getting dressed, and I'd brought him a cup of tea in bed, and I said, right, I'm just going to go the horses. And he went, have you walked Cooper yet? So I said, no. I said, I was going to go and do the horses and then walk him. I said, or I might walk him first and then do the horses. And he went, oh, why? I said, why are you going to take him out? Just because he'd asked to walk the dog yet, I thought, oh, he might be offering to take the dog out. Do you know what the reply was? He just looked at me. He gives me these funny looks. He's so funny. Kind of looked at me and he went, crack whore. Basically, I asked something so ridiculous. I was doubled over. I couldn't carry on getting dressed till I'd composed myself. So I thought that's the funniest thing I've ever been called, just for asking, what, are you going to walk the dog this morning? Yeah, Cassius, you know what? Yeah, I'm with you there. Don't change. Don't change. Not looking to be besties, being nosy more than anything. No, but you know what? It doesn't matter, Lisa. It's people can go where they want to go. It's ridiculous when, you know, when we were all being told you can't come in this channel if you follow BAM. Fuck off. Do you know what? Just, you know, and I'm not naming one particular channel because it happened on quite a few, but it's just like, do you really think that people, you know, we can't make our own minds up? I'm lucky really, because my circle of friends in real life all get along. If they didn't, it still wouldn't stop me being friends with one particular person because 7 others didn't like her. I'd just be like, well, you don't have to be in the same room, do you not? But my friendship with that person is my friendship. It doesn't have to involve anybody else. Shut up and go away. We just not bring that person up in conversation. And it's weird how it doesn't seem to get carried over in YouTube. We all love a nosy, nothing wrong with that. No, there's not, Green Eyes. I like the occasional nosy. Although I haven't done much nosing recently. I've kind of lost my nosy streak. Well, it's still there a little bit. Not a lot, but it's still there slightly. Yeah, I love it as well, Frida. I tell you else I love when I see him getting when they decide to start giving serves of the gob. Sheila and Sharon, um, they make me laugh because and Green Eyes and Lady Witch as well. Although Lady Witch always she's one of these and she doesn't half make me laugh. She can give you a verbal slaughtering and you've been decapitated before you've even realised it's happened. She does it so nicely. I don't mean, being sweetie, but she does it in such a nice and controlled manner that you're basically dead before you've hit the ground and you're still smiling. I think she's brilliant. Bob's stuff was nasty though. I didn't like that. We're not friends, but I needed to be around people. No, that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. It's your life and your choice. Just people need to realise that. You're not being a spy or disloyal or devious just by watching lots of different people or visiting a channel. Nothing wrong with that. There are certain channels that I will not go to. Just because I think that the channel the creators, the channel owners are just dirtbags. She absolutely is, Lisa. I've never seen anybody deliver one like Lady Witch can. she's pure class. Just have to get a drink of soda water. Sometimes I get a real craving for something fizzy. Does anybody else do that? Not sweet fizzy. I just have to have something fizzy. Yeah, she does Green Eyes. Totally best comebacks ever. Well, Lisa, MRB's doing an interesting piece on Jodie Arias. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Do you know, I may as well do it while it's all going out there. That's one of the channels I won't watch, Lisa, for my own reasons. But she has a lot of people, and she does long lives, and they're interesting. Yeah, I'm hoping she does that tonight if I can't sleep. You should listen to Dogman Encounters Radio, Lisa. He's got some on, especially some of the marathons, got the best of Dogman Encounters, and there's like 9-hour specials, and it's just story after story after story. Yeah, and there you go, you see, and that's quite all right, because I know a lot of people do, Lisa. I know a lot of people do. I know a lot of people who come in here, sub over there. Absolutely no, I don't have a problem with it at all. It's just somebody I don't watch. I mean, I've just had a notification pop up. That's the other thing as well. Is anybody else not getting notifications? Like, I didn't have a notification for Salty. I didn't have a notification when we were all in bedtimes and Bam only went Bam's on and we all went over. I've not had any notifications for Bam's lives. So unless somebody said something, I don't know that people are on. That's it, Lisa. You like who you like, nothing to do with knowing. That's it, Cassius. It absolutely is. Yeah, Lisa, you took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly it. Yeah. I think the main thing is when people are running between channels doing tittle tattles and trying to stir it up, and yeah. which I just have got no interest in at all. I just don't want to hear it. You know, I'm quite happy with the people coming in here and the different topics that we have. I mean, Saturday we covered so many different things, which wasn't you know, it wasn't on the little list of things to discuss, and we just went off all over the place talking about. We came in. What were we on about at first? Was it werewolf? Oh, are you not getting them either, Green Eyes? No, it's weird, isn't it? But then Pork Chop wasn't getting them for mine. I was having to text him, going live in an hour, babe, and sending him the links for them. Um, but then I'm getting notifications for some really obscure channels that hardly ever post. Go figure that one out. But I hate what she did. So I find that difficult to get past. It was loneliness, really. Oh, you're on about what's her face? Dot. Cassie, I'm not getting a few. I get them, but quite late. No, I'm just not getting them at all. Because I didn't get the salty one. I didn't get one for Nuff Nuff, but I came across that by accident because I'd gone into my subscriptions and saw that there was a little dot next to a name, so I clicked on it, else I wouldn't have seen that one. And I've checked, and I have got the I've got my settings set up that I get notifications, so I don't really know what's going on with it. Absolutely no idea. So I was just, you know, I don't want you know, I just don't want people thinking that I'm ignoring channels, because I'm not. It's just I've always had notifications up to probably this past, I don't know, week or so. I suddenly stopped getting them. Might be a bit longer, actually. I'm not sure. Cassius, I've stepped away from a few creators, but that's my choice. Don't agree with them or their point of view. That's it. That's it exactly. I was the same on Twitter. You know, I'd follow people and you know, be following them maybe for quite a while, and then discussion points, stuff that they post, and then the discussions that would ensue. You know, a lot of the time I'd either think, this isn't for me. That wouldn't always be the reason for me to stop following, but certain opinions seem to draw a certain type of person, shall we say. And there's certain types of people that I don't want anything to do with. So that would then make me step away from certain channels on Twitter. And it's the same that's made me step away from watching certain people on here in the past. But yeah, like they say, it's whatever gets you through the day, isn't it? But I know when I go to bed tonight now, I'm going to be, I'll have a listen to Dogmen Encounters Radio, because I love listening to those stories. And I think we need to do another couple of Dogmen ones on here. So I thought, while I'm going to sleep, I'll listen to that and I'll see if I can pick up any good news stories to throw them in. So what do you think? So obviously we've got tomorrow night's is going to be scheduled for Enfield. What do you want me to cover next, guys? Because I know a few different suggestions had been thrown out there. Tonight's was just something because I watched it yesterday and I thought, no, I'm just going to do a little bit on Stocksbridge. It's quite interesting. Found out if you unsubscribe, then resubscribe, notifications come up. But if you do that on a channel that you're a mod on, you don't come back as a mod, do you? Well, I think that's the way it goes. Because there's like BAMs, Nuff Nuffs, and Bedtimes, and I'm not getting notifications. And they're the 3 that I'm mods on. Cassius, a lot of people are unsubbing, then resubbing Kiss. It works for me with the notifications. Green Eyes, I wrote that, copied it. When you put it in, I laughed and pasted it in. Snap, oops, capsos. How'd you sleep listening to Dogman? It's easy. It's easy because yeah, because I'm kind of nodding off, and I like listening to Vic Cundiff's voice. But he also has a Bigfoot channel where he just covers Bigfoot. And oh, you've done it and stayed a mod. Oh, have you, Lisa? Okay. Oh, well, I might have a go at that then and see what happens. Yeah, you are being spooky. It's a little bit of the old psychicness coming into play on here. So, oh, okay, Green Eyes. Oh, well, I might try that then and see if that happens. So, so yeah. So after we've done that tomorrow, what do you fancy for later in the week? I'm going to do the quiz on Friday. I won't be here on Thursday. Well, I might nip on Thursday night, but I'm at Porky's on Thursday. So I'll probably not. Yes, you are still a mod, Lisa. Oh, so it's worked then. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good to know then. Okay, seen Bedtimes live on replay today. He said he has 84 subs and 83 of them are asleep. Oh, bless him. Oh, well, I didn't see. Well, I did. I saw it just before I came live that he'd been live, so I need to have a watch of that. Because I feel so bad because Voodoo Queen and Bedtime Clown always come. I mean, they haven't been in for the last 2, but you know, they're always here and they stay for the whole thing, and then I always miss their lives, and I feel dreadful. And I like listening to them too because it's really good when Bedtime's doing his talk and then you can hear Voodoo chipping in the background and they're having a conversation, and I think that's lovely. I love listening to that. It is the time difference. It's such a shame. It's such a shame. Well, if nobody's giving me any suggestions, I'm just going to do something totally random then this week. I'll do Enfield tomorrow. I might. Oh, I was listening to Bedtime Clown earlier and could hear Voodoo Queen in the background. It's nice to hear. You could have need more support. Do you know what they do? And I'll tell you what. I think what I need to do. Obviously, I've got Salty's thing up here. I think my next live, I'll put. Or probably I'll forget to do it, won't I? I think next live, I'll get one of you to put Bedtime's link into his channel, and then I'll stick it up on the screen. Because I'm trying to think, there's so much. There is, and I didn't know, because obviously I've still got loads of Viking stuff left to do. I've got another thing that I really love, and I remember talking to Frida about this one, is the old Legends of Ireland. So And then there are some of the Scottish legends, although I'm not as good on those as the Norse legends and then the Irish legends. And then, as I've said before, I want to do something on the Cloud Warriors of South America. And fairies as well, yeah. That's always a good one, Lisa. And then I do want to, although, as I said, you'll know I'm not true crime, do something random, then we will manage to go off on a tangent. Yeah. Do you know what, though, Green Eyes? I love that. I absolutely love it when we come in with a set topic, and then, like on Saturday night, we went off talking about MK Ultra, mind control, and all sorts of crazy stuff. Mothman. I don't know whether I believe in that, Lisa. Do you? I mean, there's like the Goatman, isn't the Goatman Bridge in America? And then they've got some great legends. Mothman, and Mothman. Are the three Mothmen? Or are you just trying to get your point across? Yeah, so yeah, there's the Mothman, and then there's the thing about the Thunderbirds as well. The stuff in America, I think they're great, some of those legends. And obviously there's all the Bigfoot stuff. And then let me have a think. What else was I talking about? Oh yeah, and then there's, although like I said, I'm not true crime, as you all know, it isn't my thing. But there are a couple of cases. One of them, which I mentioned the other night, if any of you were in here, there's the Helen McCourt case. And I said I wouldn't mind talking about that. It is a solved case. It's quite tragic. There's been stuff ongoing with it since, the murderer, he was convicted, he served his time, he's now been released. It's caused a new law to be brought into play in the UK, which was down to Helen's mother, Mary McCourt. And like I said, because I know the family and I know an awful lot about the case and the people who were involved, I wouldn't mind discussing that at some point. But that's probably about as near to true crime as I'm going to get, because it's not my thing. Yes, Lisa, she was. I think she was on the first episode, wasn't she, Mary McCourt? But the thing is, I know the family. I know some of the people who, because some stuff that was on that wasn't known. Now, I know other bits and pieces. Oh, sorry, wasn't known, wasn't made public. I know people who were witnesses to things that he and Sim did that day, and they were called to the trial to give evidence. And it's stuff that's not been made public. It's not a secret. It just was never made public. Obviously, the news reports didn't see, or when they were making documentaries, they didn't think, or they, in their opinions, it wasn't that relevant. However, a couple of them were very relevant. Oh, sorry, Lisa. There's something on Netflix that started. I thought it was that called Making a Murder. It's not. It's called something else. But yeah, it's got the Helen McCourt case on it. So I wouldn't mind talking about that because it's something I know about. But like I said, true crime's not my thing. Only Thunderbirds I know are on Tracy Island. Well, it's supposed to be a gigantic bird, Green Eyes. And I think it's like Native American folklore is the Thunderbird. But I was looking into something of this, and there was, what's it called now? In Papua New Guinea, there've been sightings of what they think is a pterosaur. And I thought, and also there've been sightings of this in, I think it's Utah in America. And I thought, I wonder if that's what the Thunderbird is. It's actually a pterosaur of some sort that has escaped detection. But yeah, there've been quite a few sightings quite recently of Thunderbirds. What we're looking at, loads in Scotland. So yeah, well, I might just pick something very randomly to talk about, like Wednesday or Thursday. Might have a look and see if I can find something interesting. And what do you reckon? Mysterious or cryptid related or paranormal related? And I can just go for potluck. I mean, because everybody who comes in here, everybody's got a different, they like more specific things, don't they? So some people really love true crime. Some people like there you go, you've answered for me, like Lisa and Simples, they love the paranormal. And then you've got the geeks like me who love the history. And then there's like Sheila and Green Eyes who love the forbidden history and the ancient alien things and architecture and so on. So yeah, we can, right. Okay, then I think I'll try and see if I can find something that's got a little bit of everything in. Maybe a bit of the paranormal, a bit historical, a bit mysterious, a bit. Oh, there you go, Cassius. History, paranormal, and alien. Yeah, and Frida's got into the history now as well. And I think Kathy, I've not seen Kathy tonight, but Kathy was saying she likes a bit of everything, doesn't she? And crafts, but I'm no good at crafting, so there's no point me even trying to attempt that. And I think Porky was saying that Mirror Man, he likes the paranormal side of things. He's interested in that. Love War of the Rose to the Tudors, and especially Mary Queen of Scots. Well, Lisa, actually, the War of the Roses, that's one of the areas that I studied and I'm really into. Just up to the Tudors. I lose interest. I mean, I still know about the Tudors, but my real interest is the Plantagenets. So really starting with Edward I and going right through. But I love the War of the Roses and everything surrounding Edward and Elizabeth Woodville and was saying what I like to enjoy all of it. Yeah, no, that's brilliant, Cassius. I'll try and find something. And yeah, maybe then if I do something a bit random on Wednesday, I might just call the live potluck. Not give you a clue, just potluck with Kiss. But yeah, I can do one on War of the Roses then, Lisa. And Frida, if you quite fancy that, because I've got my own theories on Richard III, because I am a big supporter of Richard III. Elizabeth Woodville and Margaret Beaufort. I know. And I mean, Margaret Beaufort had a rough time of it. I mean, what was she, 12 when she got married off? sorry, for anybody who doesn't know, Margaret Beaufort was Henry VII's mother, and she was married to what's her husband's name? God, I've got a brain fart. Jasper Tudor's brother. Blah. It was one of Owen, because the Tudors, they were looked on quite dodgily, because which you'll probably know, won't you, Lisa? Because it was Henry's widow, Catherine of Anjou, who was having an affair with her dancing master, who was Owen Tudor. Well, it was Owen Tidder, wasn't it? And they changed it to Owen Tudor. And she bore him illegitimate sons. And one of those sons was married to Margaret Beaufort. So they had a pretty tenuous link to the crown anyway, didn't they? But yeah, you're right. Yeah. Married at 12 and gave birth at 13. And apparently when she gave birth to Henry VII, because she was only oh, sorry, I said, did I say Catherine of Anjou? I meant Kate de Valois, wasn't it? Did I say Catherine of Anjou? Oh, idiot that I am. Yeah, Kate de Valois. This is what happens, Lisa, when I get tired. Yeah, Catherine of Anjou was Henry VI's wife, wasn't she? It was Kate de Valois was Henry V's widow. That's right, isn't it? God. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, when Margaret Beaufort gave birth to Henry VII, well, who would become Henry VII, it caused her that much physical, well, one, they thought she was going to die, caused her that much physical damage that she never had another child. So I think she was quite damaged mentally, because she was a very religious woman, wasn't she? So, sorry, I'm going off on a complete tangent talking about the Plantagenets here, but yeah. So I wouldn't mind. I'll do that sometime, Lisa, if you fancy it, and do it when I'm awake, so I'm not getting the different Kates mixed up. Let me have a look what I've missed. Green Eyes loves watching Ancient Aliens. Green Eyes, that, and not everyone agrees. From Area 51 years back to Bob Lazar, I'm intrigued in his story. Yes. Yeah, I think didn't Margaret Beaufort's husband, he died though, didn't he? Because he was quite a lot older than her, and they'd not long been married, and then he died, and she was pregnant, wasn't she? Yeah, the Bob Lazar story is very good. Green Eyes. Well, we can cover that as well. Lisa, I'll pop up and chat with you for a bit on War of the Roses. Died of the plague. Yeah, I forget, there was a saying at the time, and I can't remember what it was, that they used about him and Margaret Beaufort. Again, I'll have to think and get all my facts straight on that. But yeah, we'll do that then, and you can come up and do it with me, Lisa, if you like, because that would be really interesting. As he said, did they just pluck him out of university? There was no records of his background. Netflix doc about him, right? Yeah, it would be good, that, Frida. It'd be very good. Get you up on panel and all, Frida. Right, well, I'll have a think about it then for Wednesday or Thursday. More than likely going to be Wednesday, depending how tired I am. But yeah, so far tomorrow, so it'll be 7 p.m. UK time. We'll get the last part of Enfield out of the way. Then I'll do a bit of potluck either Wednesday or Thursday. So you'll only find out what it's going to be at the last minute. But I'll try and find something really interesting for you. Loads of YouTube tidbits on War of the Roses. Lisa, you should see how many books I've got. I've got books. I've got all my notes from my history degree still. It's yeah, I loved it. And I've even still got, because I covered War of the Roses as well in my A-level history, and I've still got all those folders as well. So I should start digging things out. But yeah, I'm a massive fan of Richard III. So yeah, I think, yeah, I'll quite like to do that, actually. Quite enjoy doing that. And I wouldn't mind. Oh, no, I can't give anything away. He's probably still listening. Right. There'll be something. Oh, how can I say it? There might be a little bit of something that you'd be interested in, Lisa, when Porky and I go away. I'll just leave it there, because if his ears are on stalks, he's going to try and hear something, but hopefully he's not, and he's killing zombies at the minute. Got rid of loads of books and really regret it. I'll tell you what is a good book, Lisa. Have you read any of Cynthia Harrod Eagle's books? The very first one, it's about the Morland family, and it's called Dynasty. Oh, for fuck's sake, he's not here. Yeah, I know, you're just a figment of my imagination, pork chop. It was a good job I never gave anything away then, wasn't it? Right. Just forget I said anything. La 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 la. History aside, love the movie War of the Roses with Michael Douglas and Danny DeVito. I've never seen that. Cassis, I mean, Man with Blue Spanner. Yeah. I'll mute now and come back in 5. Okay. It's all right. I'm not going to discuss it, babe. You're all right. I won't give anything away. I know you know I'm dying to, but I won't. Yeah, Lisa, the books, they're based on a family that live just outside of, let me have a think. Actually, let me go back a little bit. It's basically about a marriage of convenience. So it's between a Yorkshire sheep farmer, a very wealthy sheep farmer called Edward Morland, and he wants his son to be a gentleman. Now, he's got money, and obviously the wealthy or the nobles are wanting people with money. So he marries his son off to a noble-born orphan, and she is the ward of a very famous noble, and their lives are intertwined with the houses of York and Lancaster. And basically they go to live, she goes up to live, because she comes from, she grew up at Corfe, Cove Castle she grew up in. She goes back up to Yorkshire and starts to live in this house with the family, marries the son, and they live just outside the city of York. And she knows Richard, Duke of oh God, what was he called? Oh, flipping heck, I've forgotten his name now. He was basically Richard III and Edward's father and George's father. Richard, well, his name was Richard as well, but I can't remember what title he went by. Just sorry, I'm just looking. I don't get what you're saying there, Cassius. Oh, flipping heck. But yeah, so anyway, those books are really, really good. And it goes all the way through this link that the family has right through the generations with the houses of Lancaster and York. No, it's fine. I don't know what. Lisa, I was going to say, I thought it was Richard, Duke of York. That's why I went to say Duke, and I thought, no, is it because I'm tired and I'm getting it mixed up? But yeah, I'm sure it was Duke of York. It was Richard Plantagenet. But Richard III was Duke of York, wasn't he? As well. So, gonna kill me now. I've got a brain fart. But anyway, yeah, those books. So it's Cynthia Harrod Eagles. If you love that period of history, get her books, because it also doesn't just talk about the Plantagenets. It gives you a real insight into medieval life and how they lived and how they worked and what the social structure was all about. But they're really good. And it's tied in with a good old love story or two as well, which is always good. Little bit of gossip, little bit of intrigue, little bit of affairs going on, wars as well, and it goes right through. So all the major battles during the War of the Roses. So yeah, I would thoroughly recommend those books. Right, let me get back to what Cassius is on here, because you've totally lost me. Let me see. Kiss, it's brilliant, especially when Michael Douglas pisses on the fish dinner. Sorry, Laura, in the Tony chat. I've not seen that. Right, I completely haven't got a clue. Oh, pork chops pit. Right, sorry. I'm looking, thinking, oh fuck, he's changed it. I didn't look. McFly, and I'm thinking, what? I didn't. It was the McFly thing I didn't get. Sorry, I'm being really thick. Really thick. So it's my fault. But now my brain's gone in another direction, because I'm now trying to think what the title was of Edward, Richard, and George's father. Because I don't think it was Duke. It was. Wasn't he? Was he just called Rich? Was he just called Richard Plantagenet? God. Oh, it's going to kill me that now. And of course, I can't look, because I'm only on my phone. Typical. Right, sorry, you're going to hear me sighing and moaning for a bit, because I'm trying to remember a name. Which is what I do all the time. I have to have, I don't know if any of you guys are like it, but I have to have, like, if I go silent, and then I can clear my brain, and then I can kind of get what I need to remember. But it's really hard because I can't just go silent while I've got a chat going. So I'm trying to no, he was Royal Duke, but research has to be done, I guess. I'm pretty sure now that I've just had a second of it was, I think he was called, it was Richard of York, wasn't he? But it was Richard Plantagenet, their father. And I'm pretty sure he was a duke. He was, yeah, you're right, yeah, you are right, Richard Duke. He was, yeah. It was when I started saying it, went Richard Duke, and then I thought, no, am I getting it wrong here? But no, he was Richard Duke of York, Richard Plantagenet. Oh, brilliant! Thank you, Lisa, because he was married. It was Cecily Neville, his wife, wasn't it? Because then Richard the Third married Anne Neville because they were cousins, weren't they? So I can get you to help me check it all out now. I'm just trying to remember if my if I'm getting all my facts straight. Because then I think, because didn't yes, it was Edward was Earl of March, George Duke of Clarence, yeah, and because also George, he also married he married the other Neville, didn't he? Isabel. They like to keep it in the family. Because then the other thing with George, because obviously his children weren't allowed, they were taken out of the line of succession, weren't they? Because they declared him to be crackers, so and as a traitor as well. So they were tainted, and his eldest daughter was Margaret Pole. And I don't know if you remember, so she was Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury, wasn't she? And I don't know if you remember or not, but Margaret Pole was put to death by Henry VIII. And I mean, I think, I'm sure she was in like her 70s or something at this time. I'm sure she was in her 70s, and there were tales of her, because obviously they were just trying to kill off anybody who may have had a claim to the throne, because it was her son, wasn't it, who was technically the next in line to the throne if Henry was it Reginald Pole, wasn't it? So basically, he was trying to put her to death just to wreak revenge on the family. A fair warning, we'll unmute in 1 minute. Yeah, that's right, Lisa. And there was a tale of her running around the scaffold, wasn't there, screaming while the axeman was trying to go after her. It was really bad, really bad. But yeah, so she was the last, well, they think, of the Plantagenets with a legitimate claim to the throne, because obviously Henry VIII had to do away with any and all claimants until he had a son. Because Buckingham, he had Buckingham put to death. Fair enough, he was trying to take the crown, but yeah, it was Lisa. But it was the same as See, I'm doing this. I'm trying to start talking history now, and because I'm going to sleep, it's not going to sleep, but getting a bit tired. Cromwell, wasn't it? And they reckoned that they'd got they got a young fella who was completely inexperienced to carry out his execution, just basically as a form of revenge. And they'd give him a good few drinks, telling him it was Dutch courage, thinking it would be funny. And apparently he was swinging the axe and just chopping bits off him, and the axe was sticking into him, and he died a terrible death as well. You're back, but not back. Thank you, babe. It's okay. I stopped talking about you. We're just talking history at the moment. Plantagenets and Tudors. Off on a tangent once again. But yeah, I don't know what Richard was Duke of, but he was a royal duke. Which Richard, Lisa? Do you mean Richard III before he was the king? Do you mean, or? I'll just wait just because there is quite a bit of a delay here. Because if you're on about Richard III was Duke of Gloucester. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. God, the delay tonight is really bad. I noticed it when I went out and came back in again. Yeah, right, okie dokie. I wasn't sure if that's who we were on about, but yeah, Richard III was Duke of Gloucester. So yeah, oh God, yeah, I could talk about this all night long. So yeah, oh, this sounds like a good one for us then. Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. Where would you want to start? Would you want to start right, like way back, or just go straight in at the War of the Roses? Because see, I do like covering Edward I as well, and that's for two different reasons. Obviously, he was a Plantagenet, but I also like covering it from the perspective of the Scottish side of my family, because one member of my family, way back, was he was one of William Wallace's generals, and was killed at the Battle of Falkirk. So yeah, I have a blood link to yes, it is Longshanks, Lisa. Hi, Green Eyes, welcome back. So yeah, so if I was to cover Edward I, but I wouldn't be covering him very favourably. I'll get some revenge, because he was absolutely brutal. He was absolutely brutal what he did in Scotland and Wales and Ireland. But ruled by fear, people are going to conform, aren't they? His son was a terrible guy. Well, his son was well, he was gay, wasn't he? And caused a lot of problems with the favoritism he was awarding to his gay lovers. Bastard. He was a bastard, Cassius. He was an absolute bastard. What he did at Berwick-on-Tweed, evil shit. He just carried out a policy of overthrown by his wife. He was, and they reckon. I mean, there's all the talk, and there must be some truth in it. The way he was murdered. So yeah, I love all that side of things. But yeah, well, I mean, Cassius, and you'll probably know there were tales of him. I mean, he even sickened a lot of his own nobles who were with him in Berwick because he was murdering pregnant women, all sorts of dreadful things. Poker up the tail end. That's right, Lisa. And they reckon they did it with by the use of like a what's it called, a cow horn. I was watching a history program. They were saying although there isn't any proof, because there wouldn't be, would there? But the tales, there were so many of these. This tale was so prevalent that it's obviously somebody's told somebody, they've seen it, they witnessed it, or what have you. But they were saying, well, his body would have been examined prior to being buried because he was an anointed king, and they reckoned that the way that they'd done it so that there were no marks on his body was that they'd used something, say like a cow's horn, which would have been hollow, that they would have put that up his bum, and obviously it's a hole, isn't it? Then they would have put the red hot poker through that, so it wouldn't have made any singeing round his bumhole. So externally there wouldn't have been any signs. But I mean, apparently there were tales that you could hear him screaming. Was it for a day or two? Well, if you think about it, a red hot poker going right up into your insides, it's going to basically cauterize your intestines together. So you're going to die. You poison yourself to death, aren't you? With all your, you can't go to the toilet and all the damage done to your internal, like your giblets, as my nan would have said. But yeah, that's how I heard that they possibly did it. Yeah, I know. Horrible, inventive, but horrible. Yeah, it was pretty bad, Green Eyes. So, but yeah, that's Edward II. Aye, it is going to hurt Cassius. Not good at all. So yes, so I like all of that side. Nothing you want to uninvent. Through the bladder first, then into the bowel. I know. So, like I said, Green Eyes. Apparently, there were reports that they could hear screaming from from his royal apartments where he was being kept a prisoner, basically under house arrest, for a day or two, and then he died. Well, I know, but I mean, look at some of the tortures that have gone on over through the ages, not just in this country. I mean, prime example. It just shows it's the depravity of some, some minds. They're just so depraved. I mean, look at the shit that ISIS were carrying out, their tortures, on people who disagreed with them. Nasty shits. Death to all of them, filming that poor pilot from Jordan locked in a cage and setting fire to him with petrol and filming it. I mean, there's no compassion there whatsoever, is there? And unfortunately, human life wasn't. I mean, Henry VIII. There was some of the tortures that he'd invented. Terrible. No compassion whatsoever. Oh God, I know. Being hung, drawn, and quartered. That was just awful. No, I don't like it, Green Eyes, because I start to dwell on it too much, and then I start imagining things. So yeah, don't want to talk about torture. I'll tell you something else I really like as well. I didn't do it for my history degree. However, I read loads about this, and I don't know what anybody else thinks about Boudica and the battles that she carried out with the Romans. If anybody's interested in that. And also the other one I like as well, which is a mystery, is the mystery of the Ninth Legion. If anybody knows about that, Cassius will probably have heard about that. For a reason that is very obvious in a moment when I explain. Right, this chat is so far behind. Frida, that's skinning alive. They used to do it to the Vikings if they caught him. Which one have you not heard of, Green Eyes? The Ninth Legion or the Boudica? Well, you will have heard of Boudica, won't you, everybody? I'll presume you mean the Ninth Legion. Well, the Ninth Legion was a Roman legion that was based over here. And like Lisa's saying, she saw the movie The Eagle. And it is a true story. The Ninth Legion was sent north of the wall, of Hadrian's Wall, and to either quell a rebellion or to take over, but basically to invade and conquer north of Hadrian's Wall. And as you know, they never ever managed to invade and conquer Scotland, and the Ninth Legion just vanished. They were never heard of again. Nobody ever knows what happened to them. They've never been found. Remains have never been found. So there are a few theories on what people think happened to them. One of them was in The Eagle. Excuse me. Another of them was in the other film, Centurion. So both had slightly different takes on what happened to the Ninth Legion. So that's a good little mystery. And then Boudica. Well, Boudica, you might know, some people call her Boadicea, but the proper way to say her name is Boudica. And about everything that happened with her and how she came to lead the uprising, and she, she was basically annihilating Romans as she decided to storm across the south of Britain. But there's part of it is part of the thing that I really like, because I like the military side of things. Like when I was talking about placements on the battlefields with the Viking versus Saxon battles last week and the week before, and it's the same thing with Boudica. And in a lot of the places that she, for want of a better word, went through at a great rate of knots and trampling everything underfoot, in a lot of these towns and cities where they know that Boudica went in and wiped out the Roman population there is, sorry, I don't know much about Boudica, but I want to, so maybe do that, because I could really learn something. Yeah, well, one of the interesting things, Lisa, which I was just saying, is that when the archaeologists have gone in all of these towns, when they cut down and when they dig down, and it's pity Sheila's not here because she could confirm this with her background, they find this very black layer, and it's burnt things, so burnt brick and tiles and all sorts of stuff, and they call it the Boudican destruction layer, because she just set fire to everything. And they were saying the heat it would take to melt things that had melted there, like glass had melted and stuff like that, so they can tell where she's been, and because this Boudican destruction layer is at the same level in all of this. So they know it was her that did it. They know it wasn't somebody, several years later, or decades or what have you, all happened around the same time. So, and it really is fascinating, and places that they've done archaeological digs on places that they didn't realize she'd actually razed to the ground. And because of the placement of this Boudicca destruction layer, they've been able to say, yeah, look where this is. So we know Boudicca and her armies came through here, and there were hundreds of thousands of them, of troops. So I've no idea, Green Eyes, or maybe it was just the fact that there was the wood from the buildings, and there'd be straw, there'd be wood, there'd be other things that were igniting. There'd be oil in some of the houses. Don't forget the Romans had oil lamps. They had their the underfloor heating systems, which would have all, that would have been drawing fresh air in, that would have helped to keep this fire going. I mean, I know myself, if I use my bellows on a piece of wood, the minute that the air hits that, the increase in heat that comes out. So yeah. And she showed no mercy. Some of the things she did to the Romans was absolutely horrendous. However, you can understand because of what the Romans had done to her and her family, and she was just a woman in pure rage and out for revenge. So yeah, I love the story of Boudicca. Love it. True warrior, and scary as feck by all accounts. Going off what the Romans wrote about her. So yeah. So there we go. We've got a couple of. I mean, thanks for the suggestion. So we've got a couple of good things. So it takes extreme temperatures to burn bones and glass. I know it does. Green Eyes. So, I mean, she may have taken fuel there, but I think it's more than likely it was the stuff that was in situ. But it's just been kept going and kept going, and But yeah, I like looking at the the way that she was winning these battles, and then how she eventually lost, the final battle. So, and what happened and what the Romans did. So, I'd like to go through that at some point. But yeah, so there you go. I mean, we've got 9th Legion as a bit of an historical mystery, and let's see what everybody thinks. Going through the facts and then looking at it, because as I said, hey, you never know, we could be the first people to actually identify and pinpoint where the 9th Legion is residing in the death state. So we could do that at some point. We've got the War of the Roses and the Plantagenets. We've got Boudicca, and I think she's still got some Viking stuff to go through. Bit of aliens. Do something, Bob Lazar. We could do some abductions. We could do the one in Todmorden if you fancy doing that, which is here in the north of England. Touched on that the other night as well, about the old fella who got abducted, and the policeman who had found his body, who then himself was abducted a couple of weeks later. So that's a mystery and aliens. So yeah, right, I've got a good few ideas to work on there. Then I'll try and get a plan together. I do keep saying I'm going to structure myself, never stick to it, but yeah, if I get some of those random things, yeah, I mentioned it again the other night. Yeah, the Todmorden one. Well, how about, because obviously Cassis remembers that one. You know of it, Green Eyes. Pork Chop was watching. I put it on the telly yesterday for him. So it was only a short thing. But he had a little watch of that as well. because we were laughing at the police officer who got kidnapped, who got abducted, and then he's given an interview years later, and God, he's grown the worst mullet ever. So we were having a giggle at that. So, well, how about, yeah, maybe I might do Todmorden then, because it's quite an easy one that. I won't have to do too much research on it, because I know I am quite familiar with that one. So I might do that Wednesday or Thursday just for a couple of hours. But yeah, I've got loads to talk about now then, eh? I don't think we'd run out of content. It's just to kind of keep it easy, keep it interesting and mix it up a little bit for people. Because I know not everybody's into history and not everybody's into the paranormal and not everybody's into aliens or Bigfoot or dogmen. But if we do a little bit of something each week, then it's something for everybody and it's more likely to pique a few interests, isn't it? But yeah, if ever you've got any, if something crops up that you really want to cover, or you see a story or something that you're really interested in and you want us to go over it, just let me know. Because I'm quite happy to, especially if it's something I don't know anything about. It's Frida said, babies were sacrificed to the god Moloch in fire. It's recorded in the Bible. Oh. Well, I mean, that there are records of that going on with the Celtic tribes over here. That was recorded by the Roman historians. Seeing that child sacrifice was a big thing. Green says, then we will no doubt swerve into something else. Yeah, and that's absolutely fine. Because I think what I like is if we're talking about one thing and we go off, because we've already been discussing and thinking about something, it kind of wakes your brain up a bit, doesn't it? So you want to talk about other weird and wonderful stuff. So yeah, I'm happy to do that. As you know, I don't mind when the chat gets diverted into something else. It's great. So I've only gone an hour and a half over what I said I would do. My 2.5 hours has turned into 4 hours, but it's not a bad thing. So, yeah, a lot used fire for sacrifice, Green Eyes. Horrible, horrible, horrible way to go, though. And that a short one. I know, Cassius. Bloody hell! I was determined tonight. I was going to be off by 10:30. Absolutely, I nearly did, and then we just got onto one again. And the problem is, I don't like going because you guys are in here and we're having a good knit-nat and we're talking about different things. So, but yeah, I'll get myself a little timetable of things to do. But yeah, I think I possibly will cover Todmorden, that case, maybe Wednesday or Thursday, especially if I'm at Porky's and he's streaming. I could always just do a couple of hours, because then I know I definitely won't go over. Oh, thanks, Green Eyes. That's really nice. That's really nice of you. But the thing is, and I keep saying it, I really do not, and I'm not just saying it, I really do not look at this as my channel. I look at it as our channel. I'm just being the ringleader. Because it's all of you guys and what you've got to say and the way that we'll, when we're talking and one of you will come up with a question and then we all jump on it and then we just go offline in a different direction. That's what's keeping people, and it's bringing new people in. Look at we've got new people who are saying they really love the channel, and it's because of the way it is. And plus the other thing as well is that everybody in here is so nice. You're all lovely to people who are coming in, which is great. I think that's wonderful. I love it. People are getting welcomed in and they're coming back and they're finding it interesting. So it's all down to you guys. It's brill. So, miss, I'm only going to stay on for 2.5 hours tonight. I really am going to get off now because I need my beauty sleep. I'm going to look like a flipping Zulu hag or something. I'm going to have bags under my eyes like, I don't know, old women's tits hanging below my eyes. Not an attractive look. I'll be slapping on the retinol underneath my eyes now, hoping that I don't end up with bags in the morning. But hopefully they won't look too bad. Always get some cucumber or something, slap that on and hope for the best. So, right, well, oh, thanks, Cassius. Night, night, all. Another wonderful and interesting evening. Thanks, Green Eyes. Thank you so much. A couple of hours. I know, Frida, I'm bloody murder, aren't I? This is it. And poor you, like, you get roped in. I'm suckering you all. You think you're only going to come on for an hour and a half. Oh, just got an hour and a half to kill listening to Kiss. And like 4 hours later, you're thinking, well, you shut the fuck up, bitch. I was supposed to do me ironing. I was supposed to do me washing. You shall be known. Tit eyes. That's fine, Green Eyes. I can cope with that. Tit eyes. Oh, night, Lisa, love. Thank you. Green Eyes, have a good day. Hope your back will be okay. I know, love. You take it easy. Don't be lifting anything. Get that husband of yours to sort it out. I know. Listen, I'm fully expecting when we come on tomorrow to do Enfield that you lot say, all right, Tit Eyes, how you doing? Oh, you lovely lot. Thank you so much for sticking with it. Hopefully I'll see, those of you who are free tomorrow who wants to come. Oh, no, Lisa, I don't know. I can't be arsed with that malarkey. I'd rather just have a little channel with really nice people on and we can have an intimate chat. And I mean intimate in, not intimate, rude intimate. I mean intimate as in, we all can get to know each other and everybody gets on well. And yeah, and I'm quite happy with that. So you lot have a good night, or daytime, Green Eyes, or a good evening for those of you in America. Thank you all for being in. And yeah, for those of you who are free or who are interested in tomorrow's live, it shall be 7 p.m. UK time, and it will be the second part of the Enfield poltergeist case. Because have a good sleep. Have a lovely day tomorrow. Thank you. Chat, take care. Have a lovely night. Tit eyes. You'll never live this down. Good night, all. I've got tit eyes, Lisa. I said I'm going to have bags under my eyes like old woman's tits. Oh, thanks, Frida. Thank you. So I'm loving them, and it's just because of you lot. So, right, I'm going to do my really irritating and annoying sign off. I better shout night, Porky, if you're still listening, my love. And yeah, I'll see those of you who are free tomorrow. So as always, see you on the bright side. Bye, everybody.